Well, well, well. It is a Monday afternoon, and it is again time to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Snoop Dogg said so much drama in the LBC. I say so much drama being a fan of DC. We got a great show today, an absolute great show today. We got 6 topics again. We're going to cover some of the topics that we didn't get a chance to cover last night on the Cowboys After Dark. We're going to cover 6 topics, man, and we got a lot of good stuff to go. And whether it be 10 or 10,000, we are going to get it started. Y'all can catch this on the replay. This is our topics for the day. Our topics for the day. We're going to get back into these free agency grades. Free agency grades for the Dallas Cowboys. We didn't get a chance to go over that last night. I want to talk about these free agencies, these free agents that we got. Y'all give me your grades. We're also going to see if we can look at this video with Broadus as he talks about the Cowboys and free agency. I want to talk about Cooper Rush going to the Baltimore Ravens. Haven't heard a lot of talk about this, but there's some things that I'm confused about as it pertains to one Cooper Rush and Cooper Rush and the Baltimore Ravens. We're also going to look at a couple of interviews going on DallasCowboys.com with some of the new players coming in. I want to look at a couple of those. We're going to look a little bit at the NFL news going around. Look at this thing. Maybe I kind of want to look at the contract with Stingley and the Texans. And then we're going to finish out the show with two very powerful interviews with Drew Pearson and Michael Irvin. And they're going to give us some insight as it pertains to this thing with Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. I thought it was very interesting, and I think we'll find it very interesting on what they have to say about this. And I think it'll give us some really good insight into team chemistry and how important it is. Because as the Bible tells us, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So, again, these are our topics. Free agency grades, Broadus, Cooper Rush, Boys Interviews, NFL News, 88 Speaks. Now, let's get started. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you're new to this channel, please like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you'll know the next time we post another video and go live. And if you're not new to this channel, welcome back. Let's get started about these Cowboys. And we'll get our roll call in as people come in. I'm not sure if the notifications are going off or whatever the case may be, but we'll get our roll call going here in about 5 minutes. We'll give it a little time. I got my first man. What's going on, Skeptical Fan? Good to see you back in here. We got a lot of things to talk about today, and whether it just be you and me or 10,000, we're going to talk Cowboys today. But we got a lot of like I said, the topics here are in the corner. Free agency grades, Broadus, Cooper Rush, Boys Interviews, NFL News. And the big thing we're going to talk about today is the 88 Speak. The 88 Speak. I've seen people talking about the Michael Irvin part. I don't think people are talking about the Drew Pearson part. And I'm not sure. I don't even think they talked. I don't think they talked. I just think they're both saying something that they both understand. Yeah, Mills. Hey, man, about time Cincinnati did the right thing, Mills. About time Cincinnati did the right thing about T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Man, it is just about time. It is about time. They should have been done paid them. Should have been done paid them. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got a little slow coming in today. But it's all good. We're going to still talk Cowboys no matter if it's only us in here today. But we got, like I said, we got some very good topics, and we're gonna get it started. And we're gonna start this thing off with our free agency grades. We're gonna start this off with our free agency grades. I wanted to talk about this yesterday, didn't get a chance to. We went a little far into some other topics. But I want to talk about the free agency grades for the Dallas Cowboys. Because I think this is one of the things that have people kind of in their feelings a little bit, because people are upset because they don't feel like we did what we should have did in free agency. Let's get a little bit of the roll call as we get in here. We'll do a little bit more. We'll see how many we get in today. What's going on, Sexy Suze? New to the chat. Appreciate you in here. Keith, what's going on? Good to see you. So let's kind of go down to our free agency grades as people start to come in. Let's kind of look down at our free agency grades. Let me see if I can get this on the screen over here. I think I forgot about this one right here. I want to put this on the screen. All right. Okay, I know how I do it. Let's just see. All right, we're going to try to put our Dallas Cowboy report card up here. Let's get this see. Dallas Cowboys report card. I think we'll also, while we're looking at the grades, I think what we'll do also is the NFL has put up a power ranking based on free agency. They have put up a power ranking based on free agency, and I haven't even looked at it. But I'm willing to bet any of us. I'm willing to bet any of us that I guarantee you the Dallas Cowboys are probably ranked at the absolute bottom as far as the NFL power rankings go after free agency. And as a matter of fact, let me mosey on over here and get that list pulled up as I get my report card loaded up. Let me see if it's still on here. But today I noticed they had a power ranking. Mike can't pull it up. Let me see. But they are definitely talking about the power rankings already as it pertains to this whole thing about free agency. All right, let's get this over here. And then we're going to get our report card pulled up. Let's see if we can get that loaded up. And if not, I'm just going to give the grades as I go. You guys just bear with me. I got a software upgrade, and unfortunately, sometimes with these software upgrades, man, some of this stuff gets a little bit jumbled up. And with us doing so many things, we're doing so many things consecutively, we don't always get an opportunity to test it out before we let it go live. So sometimes we got to work out some of the bugs live. But while I wait on this, let's look at this power rankings after free agency. Let's put this over here on our screen. And then I'm going to do a roll call here in about 30 minutes in. But this is the NFL power rankings after early free agency moves. Of course, it says everyone is 0-0 again. You can officially throw last year's records out. Yep, everybody starts off 0-0. And so just based on free agency, this is where they say we are in the power rankings. And again, y'all, this is brand new to me. So we're all going to react to this at the same time as we're going to get our free agency grades ourselves pulled up. But this is all brand new. This is all brand new to me. I haven't seen any of this. But this is kind of where we are. And it's funny to me, they have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 1. Probably no surprise for anybody. Little bit of a surprise for me because I can't recall anything the Philadelphia Eagles did. So it is a little bit of a surprise for me. What did the Eagles do in free agency. But let's see what they have here. It says the Eagles could allow Milton Williams and Josh Sweat to leave free agency because they drafted Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Moreau Ojimo inside, and Nolan Smith Jr. and Jalix Hunt on the edges. They can trade C.J. Gardner-Johnson, saving money and snagging a lottery ticket in Kenyon Green because they drafted Sidney Brown. Now, this is something that people are not talking about the Eagles. The Eagles not only did well in free agency, the Eagles did well in the draft. And so the Eagles, while getting some great players in free agency, kind of developed some of the players that they were able to draft. And so they feel like they're going to still be good. It says Green and mid-round picks Tyler Steen and Trevor Keegan can all compete at right guard to replace the departed Mekhi Becton. See a pattern here? And it all puts the Eagles in line to get more compensatory picks, which could keep the gravy train running for a few more years. That's how you build a team, folks. Howie Roseman, you know what? Howie Roseman is going to have to, we're going to have to finally acknowledge it, whether we want to or not. Howie Roseman is the GM of the year. We're going to have to acknowledge it. Howie Roseman is absolutely GM of the year. There's no other way to slice it. He's the GM of the year. I don't know what else to tell us, but this they continue, and I see why they're number one. They're number one not based on what they got in free agency. They got them ranked number one based on what they gave up and what they drafted and where they still are. Man, they have really, Howie Roseman has done a job for these guys. He has done a job for these guys, man. And people just, we just got to appreciate it is what it is. We're just going to have to beat them. It's the bottom line. We're going to have to beat them. Got a couple of super chats here. Skeptical fan, appreciate that super chat. Free agency grade for me is B-. Okay, we're going to go through it in a moment. Calvin Richard, $2 super chat, appreciate you. Whoa, Pro Football Focus has the Ravens ranked number one because of, I'm pretty sure, the addition of one DeAndre Hopkins and a couple other pieces. Let's see where the NFL.com has the Baltimore Ravens. I'm a little bit surprised by this. They have the Kansas City Chiefs at number 2. I won't run through everything they did, but I think they're basically saying, I don't really know what they're saying. I don't know how they could say the Chiefs would be number 2. I'm confused on the Chiefs being number 2. This crazy work to me. My girl Niecy, one of my top 5 supporters. What's going on? She said, I know it's not collection time. Collection time. She said, put it towards the studio funding the building fund. Amen, Walls. Appreciate you, Niecy. Appreciate you rocking with me today. I don't think you got a chance to get in last night. I did the Cowboys After Dark. That was probably a little too late for you. That was probably a little too late for you. And I'm going to do roll call in just a moment. I'll probably do roll call after we finish this NFL power ranking because I'm not going to read all of them, but I thought the one with the Philadelphia Eagles was interesting. Now, again, when you look at the power rankings, and Calvin Richards said the Ravens are ranked number 1 over on Pro Football Focus, I would say the Ravens should be number 2. I just don't think I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs did enough. And I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs, I know it's the Patrick Mahomes factor. I know that's what they're doing. It's the Patrick Mahomes factor. I don't believe for a second, just because of Patrick Mahomes, that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be back in the Super Bowl. This could be the first year. This could be the first year the Kansas City Chiefs are not in the AFC Championship game with Patrick Mahomes. I think teams have gained too hard on the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC. I think the teams have gained on them strongly. I think the teams have gained on them. The Buffalo Bills have done a lot in free agency. I haven't looked at this, but I have to believe the Buffalo Bills have to be in the top 5. I would actually have the Buffalo Bills at number 3. I mean, you could really put the Baltimore Ravens. I could almost agree that you could put the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills, in my opinion, over the Philadelphia Eagles. I think you can put both of them over the Philadelphia Eagles. But they're giving the Philadelphia Eagles credit not based on just free agency, but based on what they gave up, the compensatory picks, and what they did in the draft the previous season. And they're still building their team through free agency and the draft, but they still look pretty good. But I think they got a little bit weaker. But we're going to see as the season starts. But I have to believe that the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills, they're coming for the Kansas City Chiefs. They're coming strong for the Kansas City Chiefs, guys. And again, the Baltimore Ravens, they got them at number 3. Now, I'm not going to talk about this now. I don't know. I don't understand why no one's talking about this. I guess somebody gonna have to talk about it, and I guess it's gonna be me today. Let's read what it says. The DeAndre Hopkins signing was a nice little surprise. Okay, I like it. 32 years old, going to have some quiet games these days. I like that pick though. Cooper Rush. Y'all gonna have to help me out now. Cooper Rush. I'm not going to spoil what I'm going to talk about Cooper Rush until I get to Cooper Rush. But I'm sorry. I do not understand the Cooper Rush signing. And this is not about Cooper Rush not being good. This is not about Cooper Rush not being good. You're going to understand it when I get to Cooper Rush. They said Cooper Rush was a smart addition. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that until I get to Cooper Rush subject matter. It says it was a bit curious that they didn't tender Darius Washington at the second round level. He played a pretty good role for them in safety last season, and the right of first refusal tender at least opens the possibility of another team giving him an offer sheet. We'll see. Now, they got the Buffalo Bills at number 4. The Bills did quite a few things. I won't go through everything they did, but I do think the Bills did a pretty good job. The Bills at number 4. They have the Detroit Lions at number 5. I don't know if I'd have them at number 5. I really want to see what they're going to be after Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. The Washington Commanders. I believe the Washington Commanders could actually be higher. But let me tell y'all something about the Washington Commanders. I saw a very interesting story about the Washington Commanders. They were saying that the Houston Texans couldn't find a suitor for Laremy Tunsil. They said there were a lot of teams that turned down Laremy Tunsil. And I know everyone's jumping for joy about Laremy Tunsil, but the league didn't seem to be jumping for joy about Laremy Tunsil. They were just not jumping for joy. They were not. But again, I don't know what they're basing some of this stuff on, but they gave the Washington Commanders, and I guess it's just not, I guess they're saying it's not just free agency. They're just saying after free agency, this is where they see these teams at. But I would still say I would almost rank Baltimore and the Buffalo Bills ahead of the Kansas City Chiefs, but I'm pretty sure it's the Patrick Mahomes factor. The Minnesota Vikings. I'm not buying the Minnesota Vikings being at number 7 until I know who their quarterback is. J.J. McCarthy had a setback. J.J. McCarthy had a setback. I think there was an infection of some sort as it applies to his surgery. It set him back weeks, lost a lot of weight, and he may not be ready for the beginning of the season. Now, if they get Aaron Rodgers, I'll put them somewhere between 7 and 12. But they got them at number 7. The Green Bay Packers power rank right now, number 8. Number 8. I can't agree with the Green Bay Packers. I don't think the Green Bay Packers looked the same last year after the year they had in 2023. They didn't look the same last year, and I'll be very surprised they'll look better in 2025. And the issue is they may have paid Jordan Love too soon. See, this is the issue I have with the Dallas Cowboys. And people talking about the Dallas Cowboys are getting a quarterback in the draft. I got an issue with this. You get a quarterback. And one, especially if you want him to replace Dak Prescott. I don't think the Cowboys should go in the draft and get a quarterback. I think the Cowboys should actually get a veteran quarterback and put them behind Dak Prescott for a couple of years, and you go and get that quarterback in 2027. Because if you get that quarterback right now, and if Dak Prescott stays healthy, balls out for 4 years, by the time you come to the point of making a decision on that quarterback, so what do? Do you pay him? Do you pay him or do you let him go? Because are you going to pick up the fifth-year option on him? You don't even know what he is? Are you going to give him an extension if you don't really know what he is other than watching him in practice? I would not do it. And I think the Green Bay Packers, and it may be proven later on, the Green Bay Packers may have pulled the trigger way too quick on Jordan Love. I would have had to see more than one season from Jordan Love. I'm not giving Jordan Love. Jordan Love, for a moment, was the highest paid quarterback in the league. I'm not doing that based on one good season. There is no way I would have did that. I would have made Jordan Love pay another season. He tried to hold out. I'd have told him, hold out then. Hold out. We're going to get another quarterback. Hold out. I just wouldn't have did it. I would not have did what the Green Bay Packers did. I wouldn't have done it. So, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they have them at number 9. They got the Los Angeles Rams at number 10. I think Devontae Adams was a huge pickup for the Los Angeles Rams. I think the extension of Matthew Stafford was a huge deal. I think they're going to wind up cutting him early in that deal, but they got them power ranked at number 10 right now. The Los Angeles Rams could be higher. Cincinnati Bengals, they got them at number 11. Cincinnati Bengals may move up in the power rankings if they can do some things on defense. I do think that they need to re-sign Trey Hendrickson. 17 and a half sacks is not anything to sniff at, and people keep talking about Keenan Allen. If I was the Dallas Cowboys, if I was going to spend money, it'd be on Trey Hendrickson. I would rather see Trey Hendrickson on the defensive end, opposite of Michael Parsons, in a rotation with Dante Fowler and everything they've done, Peyton Turner. I'd rather see Trey Hendrickson in that, and then the Cowboys doing exactly what I talked about yesterday and going in the doggone draft and getting one of those top 4 wide receivers. I would build this defense through free agency. If I'm the Cowboys, I would go get Trey Hendrickson. We'll see what the Cincinnati Bengals do. The Broncos at 12. I won't disagree. The Chargers at 13. For me, way too high. Houston Texans at 14. We're going to see. The Houston Texans gutted their entire offensive line. Pittsburgh Steelers at 15. Way too high for me. They don't even know who the quarterback is. And Mason Rudolph is basically going back and licking up your own vomit. There's no way I would have did it. The Chicago Bears at number 16. Insanity to me. There's no way to me, just because of Ben Johnson, the Chicago Bears are mid-pack. Now, are y'all seeing a theme here? There is no way to me that some of these teams should even be ranked higher than the Cowboys. We're at the midway point. They have teams that don't even have quarterbacks or running backs. I want us to think about this. There is no way the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Chicago Bears should be at 15 and 16. The Chicago Bears stunk last year. You're telling me that Ben Johnson automatically propels this team to mid-pack? This is a joke. Seattle Seahawks with one Sam Darnold. I'm very interested to see what is Sam Darnold going to look like now with the bag and DK Metcalf. I'm sorry, he don't have DK Metcalf. I'm sorry, with Cooper Kupp. I'm very interested to see what Darnold is going to look like with Cooper Kupp. San Francisco 49ers. Y'all let this sink in. So you're telling me the 49ers gutted their team and they're number 18? I haven't looked at this list, y'all. We're looking at this list at the same time. I haven't looked at this list. This list is really telling us what they think about the Dallas Cowboys. San Francisco 49ers gutted their team. They're at number 18. The Arizona Cardinals 19, the Dolphins 20, Falcons 21. Wow. The Dallas Cowboys at number 22. That's not even playoffs. This ain't even playoffs, guys. I don't know what else to tell us on this. This isn't even playoffs. 22? They basically have the Cowboys in the bottom 10 or 11 in the NFL. They said the recent drama following DeMarcus Lawrence's exit may not have a lasting imprint on the Cowboys, but it does paint an interesting picture of the current leadership. We're going to talk about that when we talk about the 88s. This is a Dak Prescott's team, but it's also CeeDee Lamb's and Michael Parsons' team. Parsons technically hangs in the balance prior to his extension, but it feels as if the Cowboys will lock him up long-term at some point. That naturally will elevate his voice even more in the locker room, which is transitioning from Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer. Other respected voices have departed this offseason. Zach Martin, Jordan Lewis. The Cowboys have taken a slightly more aggressive approach to free agency. True. The Cowboys have actually been selectively aggressive. We don't like the aggressiveness, but they've been slightly aggressive. Why? Because they haven't done anything in the past. In past free agencies, the Cowboys have done nothing. In this one, they've been way more aggressive than they've ever been in the past. This is what you call selectively aggressive. They've traded for a pair of former first-rounders, Kenneth Murray Jr., Kyrie Elam. Of course, we know they got a couple of other people who might be able to flourish in a new situation, but I'll be really curious how Dallas' current leadership guides this team in a new era. And so again, at number 23, the Colts, 24, the Panthers, 25, the Patriots, 26, the Raiders, 27, the Jets, 28, the Saints, 29, the Browns, 30, the Jaguars. This is kind of where we are. Wow. That's all I can tell us. All I can tell us is wow. Boy, the way they see the Cowboys is crazy. The way they see the Cowboys is crazy up in this piece. They basically don't see the Cowboys as even contending. I beg to differ. They do these power rankings every single year. I can remember the Cowboys were ranked in the top 5 in some of these power rankings. They do these power rankings every single year, and it never seems to turn out pretty much the way they think. There is no way to me as good as the Philadelphia Eagles are, I don't believe they're repeating. I do not believe they're repeating. I think the Lions are going to have something to say about it. I think the Commanders are going to have something to say about it. And yes, I'm going to shock you. The Dallas Cowboys are going to have something to say about it. I do not see the Philadelphia Eagles repeating. Again, Calvin Richard, $2 super chat. Yes. The Kansas City Chiefs have looked mortal as of late. And I'm telling us, Calvin, the only reason they're even that high is Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. Man, Kansas City, and people won't admit it, Kansas City is very weak at the skill positions. Kansas City hasn't been the same since Tyreek Hill. Travis Kelce is nowhere near what he used to be. We're going to see Patrick Mahomes in another year or two, and we're going to be saying the same thing about him that we've been saying about Dak Prescott. He needs more weapons. Patrick Mahomes needs more weapons. Because the teams that are around him are getting more weapons. And when teams get more weapons, they get more competitive. They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to do something because if not, I mean, All you're going to continue to watch is him falling off and falling off. And it's not going to be so much as him. He's just going to prove the fact. The fact. All players, all quarterbacks need players. They all do. You go ahead and keep thinking that Patrick Mahomes is Superman and he don't need players. We saw what happened in the last Super Bowl. We literally saw what happened during the whole year. Anybody that thought the Kansas City Chiefs were winning the Super Bowl, you obviously were not following the Kansas City Chiefs. It was a miracle to me they made it to the Super Bowl. It was like every other week. The Kansas City Chiefs was winning a game by the referees, winning a game with some kind of fluke play at the end. It was like every other week or almost every week. It was something weird of how they were winning games. And it was no surprise they went and got blew out in the doggone Super Bowl. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to a Buffalo Bills Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl. Buffalo Bills and the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl will break the internet. The NFL needs the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl so bad, it's killing them. There is no team in the NFC that is going to move the needle for the NFL like the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl. They need the Cowboys back in the playoffs. They need the Cowboys back in the win column. They need the Dallas Cowboys, and they desperately need the Dallas Cowboys back in the Super Bowl. They're lying to us about the numbers. The numbers were all down last year. They're lying to us about the numbers. They're inflating the numbers. The NFL numbers were down. And the only thing that comes to my mind, the Dallas Cowboys are not competitive. Dak Prescott got hurt. The Cowboys were not in the playoffs. Those things matter to this league because the Cowboys are the most watched team in the NFL, love us or hate us. Love us or hate us. And so this league needs the Dallas Cowboys. It needs the Dallas Cowboys to be successful because if the Cowboys are not successful, I'm sorry, the NFL is not successful. And some people say, oh, that's very arrogant. It's the truth. I don't know what else to tell us. It is the absolute truth. And so the NFL, they desperately need the Dallas Cowboys to be successful. All right, we're going to try to pull up this report card I got here. All right, I won't be able to do with it what I wanted to, but let me see here. Maybe I can. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, okay, I can't do to it what I want to do to it, but we'll see how it goes. And then we're going to get a roll call after we do the Cowboys free agent grades. We got a few more people in here now. We'll do our roll call. But again, when you think about the Cowboys and what we have here. So Javonte Williams is a running back that he comes from the Denver Broncos. We don't even know if Javonte Williams is going to make the team. A lot of people are tripping on the thing with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. I'm not tripping on it because I don't believe that they're going to be I don't know if both of them are going to make the team. But when I think about Javonte Williams and what he could be, I'm going to be honest with you today. I'm actually going to grade very hard on this. At least in my mind. I'm going to grade very hard on this whole issue about these free agents the Cowboys have. Because for me, when I look at Javonte Williams and when I look at Miles Sanders, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to give both of them. I'm going to give both of them as it applies to Miles Sanders. And this might not sit well with some. I'm going to give Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. I'm giving those C's. Those are C's to me. Because I don't really know if both of them are going to make the team. Those are C's to me. I believe the Cowboys are getting 2 running backs in the draft. I believe they're getting 2. I think they're getting one in the first, and I think they're getting one in the 5th or the 6th. I mean, It'll either be the first or the second. Running back in the first or the second, and it'll be another running back in the fifth or the sixth. I think they're going to get another running back in the fifth. I do. I think they're going to take their chances and hope that the Martinez kid is back there in the fifth. But there are plenty of other running backs. I'm telling y'all, there are going to be so many great running backs in the fifth round. It's going to make our head spin. The Cowboys are doubling up. Book it. They're doubling up. I won't be surprised if they double up on wide receivers, contrary to what people think. I think they're going to get a wide receiver in the first round. I think they're telegraphing to us what that pick is going to be. They're telegraphing it. The Cowboys are going to get a wide receiver in the first round, I believe. And it's possibly going to be Ted McMillan, because I think that when you look logically, Ted McMillan is probably going to fall to the Dallas Cowboys, and they're not going to be able to resist. The Cowboys are not going to be able to resist Ted McMillan. They're not. But again, on these running backs, I'm going C's. I'm going C's on these running backs. Y'all tell me what you think in the chat. I'm going to get down there in a moment. Let me get a couple of super chats. Let me see what we got here. Jigga Man, what's going on? Appreciate that super chat. He said, what's on the menu? What you cooking up in the kitchen? Blessing Cowboys Nation with great insight and content. Yes, sir. I'm going to go back over the topic. Matter of fact, I go back over the topics and I'll flip back to this as we got more people in now. And then, yeah, we'll get to the topics. I'm going to do a roll call, then we get right back into this right here. Quinn Warner, what's going on? He said, better get some beef on the D-line. Hunt pass rushers will not be enough. No. However, if Will Johnson drops, that's my pick. Circle back, running back in the second. Appreciate that. All right. Let's circle the block. We're going to come back. Let's circle the block and come back and get a roll call so I can make sure we acknowledge everybody who's in here. Amen. Let's do it. All right, let's get our roll call going. Want to make sure everybody know who we in if you can't see. Got Skeptical Fan. What's going on? Mills 36. Sexy Suze. Keek. What's up? Gregory Davis. Good to see you. Hallelujah. What's going on? My girl Angie the Rebel Chicks. What's going on with you? Dan 1995. Good to see you. Ray Pearson. What's going on? My girl Nisi, what's going on with you? Appreciate that super chat right at the top of the hour. Miss Matrix, what's going on? Miss Matrix, we getting to that Brian. I was just about to say. Miss Matrix, we getting to that Brian Broadus video today. I promise you. It is number 2 on the list. We getting to it. What's going on, True Cowboy? Yes, sir. Big Dow 8604, what's going on? He said, I already know we 29. I'm surprised we were 22. Booby D, what's up? Calvin Richard, we seen you. Appreciate the super chat in the house. Ice Cold Cowboy, we still DC4L for sure. What's going on? Ivy Defining Sky. Jerry been in this comp game. Yep. For sure. Yes. We're gonna have more picks next year. What's going on, Jared? Good to see you. Johnny Blue, man, good to see you. I brought up the topic you brought up the other day. John Jones, what's up? Robert Simmons, what's up? Dacon's Filthy in the crib. Again, Dank. My man, Azteca, what's going on? Hey, I'll tell you this, Azteca. Aaron Rodgers is crazy to me if he don't sign with the Minnesota Vikings. The team is loaded. Aaron Rodgers ought to be saying that if Sam Darnold can do that, in my 40s, I can do what Sam Darnold did. Gregory Davis, what's going on? He said, I give the Cowboys free agency an I for incomplete. I want to see how the free agents and draft class look and how they play for 17 weeks in playoffs, and I can give a grade. You know what? We'll do that at the end of the season, matter of fact. We'll give a grade now. We'll do one at the end of the season. I like that. Kevin Edwards, what's up? He said we upgraded for backup quarterback. We picked up Will Greer months ago. Yes, sir. Hey, Kevin, I can't wait till we talk about this thing with Cooper Rush. Philly D, what up? He said Rams, I got the best team in the NFC. I tell you this, Philly D, they pretty close. They pretty close. Angry Cowboy fan, what's up? What's good with you? Yeah. Let's see here. Gene Ward, what's up? He said, I'll take Hendrickson too. Man, let me tell you something. People talking about Keenan Allen. Man, I would take Trey Hendrickson in a heartbeat. You're not going to find Trey Hendrickson in the draft. You can find potentially Keenan Allen in the draft with those top 4 wide receivers. I'm telling us, I've already did the video to disprove what people are saying about these rookie wide receivers. And as a matter of fact, I'll see if I can look at it again tonight for a moment. But I'm telling you, Keenan Allen is the epitome of the argument that people are making. Keenan Allen was a 3rd-round draft pick, came in this league as a rookie, and him and Phillip Rivers wrecked shop. I believe the top 4 wide receivers, and the Cowboys can get one of those wide receivers. They will be that good. Tat McMillan will be that good. I don't know enough about Luther Burden III. You guys have told me he's the truth. I'm going to believe y'all. Luther Burden III will make that difference. Matthew Golden will make that difference. Emeka Egbuka, they're going to make that difference. They're going to come right in, and they're going to be great. You watch what I tell you, especially with Dak Prescott. Especially with Dak Prescott. Again, TME Greatness, what's up? Jigga Man, what's up? Renan in the house. Renan said this list is a joke. Hey, that's it. Hey, this is what they doing. This is what they doing. Robert Simmons is what they doing. Delta Roots, what's up? Hey, Delta Roots, I'm with you. I'm so glad. I don't want no expectations for the Cowboys, because the moment you start having these expectations, the people start going nuts. Nah. Let us just keep building the way we're doing. Big Cloud, he said this list is crap. Man, I'm glad they don't even have the Cowboys around the midway mark. Man, this list is crazy up in here. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Neo, not from the Matrix. He said, hey, what's going on? He said the new player interviews. Yeah, I'm gonna do those tonight. He says, I love how they are mirroring the coaching staff about being violent and aggressive. Neo, isn't it strange? You already talked about it. I've already talked about it. These are coaching hires. These sound like coaching hires to me. That's exactly what they sound like and look like to me. They sound like coaching hires. Dwayne Hart, what's up? KC is always overrated, for sure. For sure. This is the Patrick Mahomes effect. I wonder how many years we got of that. Roger M, what's good? What's good, fam? Gene Ward, what's going on? Kwasi Blake, what's up? Andy Reid was 11-13 in the playoffs before Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, he got his quarterback. Yep, he got his quarterback, and that's what happened. Again, my man Keith. Let me get a little further down. The Dude, what's up? The Dude, you're right. They both won't make it. If they also take a solid running back in the draft, they're taking 2. They're taking 2. One of these guys is not going to make it for sure. Leandrew Sims, what's going on? All right, I think we got my girl. Hey, LaQueen, what's going on? Good to see you. Robert M31, what's going on? D Webb, what's up? Good to see all of y'all rocking with me. I don't mind taking time to get this roll call in. Lee Jackson, what's up? 03, what up? Vincent Johnson, what's up with you? He said, why not have both Keenan Allen and a rookie wide receiver? They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it, Vincent. And what you're saying is cool. They're just not going to do it. Because they feel like, and Vincent, ask yourself this. Why would you get Keenan Allen and a rookie when you could just say, I can get the rookie and I can use the resources I would spend on Keenan Allen somewhere else? No, they're not going to do it with Keenan Allen. And again, Vincent, I pointed out something last night. I know a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they love Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, only one full season in the last 5 seasons. Only one. Hasn't had not 1 year of double-digit touchdowns. Not a one. I'm just telling us there are some things there. And we got to ask this question too, Vincent Johnson. I keep saying this isn't a Cowboy question. Why hasn't anyone else picked up Keenan Allen? Why hasn't the Bills did it? I would think he'd be more valuable to the Bills. Why haven't the Bills picked him up? John Long said, y'all don't even be talking Cowboys, just circle. I don't know what that means. We talk Cowboys all the time. All right. Appreciate everybody. Got one more super chat here, and then we're going to get back to the list. Quentin Warner. He said, OG, I meant small hybrid pass rushers, not enough. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, Quentin. The Cowboys I think they're going to get a defensive tackle in the top 3 too. I will not be surprised if the defensive tackle is in the 3rd round. That's where I think the defensive tackle will be, Quentin. Because in the first 2 rounds, the Cowboys are phoning it in, and it has to be. The Cowboys in the top 2 rounds, it has to be wide receiver and running back. And I think you go wide receiver first. Genty's not going to be there. We can put that away. Ted McMillan is possibly going to be there. I think they have I think they have Luther Burton III being the 2nd wide receiver. I'm not concerned with him as much as I'm concerned with Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. That is the wide receiver I've zeroed in on, and that's the one that I hope the Cowboys get. But I also will not be surprised if the Cowboys shock everybody and go and get the kid from Texas in the 1st round. I will not be shocked. I will not be shocked, and then maybe even try to get Amarion Hampton in the 2nd round. I will not be shocked at neither one of those, but I'm actually hoping for 2 Ohio State players. I want Emeka and Travion Henderson. But again, if Ted McMillan is there, the Cowboys are not going to be able to resist. I just can't see them being able to resist. I can't see them being able to resist. So again, kind of getting back to the free agency grade on the Cowboys. I'm giving Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders a C because I don't think both of them are going to be here. They could be. I'm going to be shocked. I believe the Cowboys are not only going to draft 2, I think they're going to bring in even more in undrafted free agency. I think the Cowboys are really going to try and get a pool of really good running backs because Brian Schottenheimer, his whole thing is predicated upon being able to run the ball and run the ball violently. So I don't foresee Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders both making the team. I don't see it happening. Okay, now when we get to Rob Jones, I'm going to give Rob Jones. I'm going to do Rob Jones as a B-. I'm going to do Rob Jones as a B-, and I'm going to do Solomon Thomas as a B. I'm going to do them as a B. And I'm also going to do Peyton Turner. A lot of people are down on Peyton Turner. I'm giving Peyton Turner a B. I think Peyton Turner is going to be real, real good for the Cowboys. I'm giving Ka'ir Elam. I see him as a B-. That's still good. I think he's going to make the team for the Cowboys. We just got to see how everything turns out. I think he's going to be very hungry, chip on his shoulder. I think he's going to be pretty good for the Cowboys. We'll see what happens. Now, we know the Cowboys did re-sign Izzy, and they're saying that Izzy is going to possibly be the replacement for Jay Lou. But again, y'all remember what I told you. The one thing I like about what the Cowboys are doing, the Cowboys are creating a competition atmosphere, and that is one of the best things you can do on a team. Now, let me give you these other ones, and you may be surprised on these. This kid, Jack Sanborn. Go check what people have been saying about this guy in that local area. They are furious. The Bears didn't tender Jack Sanborn and didn't re-sign Jack Sanborn. The Chicago area, man, they're looking at Jack Sanborn as a huge loss for the Chicago Bears. This may surprise some people. This dude right here is a B+. When you look at the price the Cowboys got this guy on, this dude, you can't go anywhere but up. Jack Sanborn, you could arguably say that Jack Sanborn is better than the linebackers we had this year. Eric Kendricks did a great job. If we don't, and it looks like the Cowboys aren't going to bring him back, Jack Sanborn's going to be great. Jack Sanborn is going to be an asset for the Dallas Cowboys in the run game. Unequivocally, absolute banger in the run game. You watch what I tell you. Jack Sanborn is quick. He's fast. Instinct. A lot of drive. Jack Sanborn, you watch what I tell you. Undrafted free agent is going to be fantastic for the Cowboys. Kenneth Murray. I'm giving Kenneth Murray a B+. A lot of people are tripping on Kenneth Murray. No, I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be great with the Cowboys. Y'all tell me what you think. I think Kenneth Murray is going to be absolutely 100% great with the Dallas Cowboys. I do. I think he's going to be great. He is going to be great. I'm giving Jack Sanborn, Kenneth Murray, both B+. Now, let me go to Paris Campbell before I get to Dante Fowler. I'm going to be honest with you with Paris Campbell. I'm not even going to sugarcoat this one. Paris Campbell is probably the biggest question mark out of all of these. He's the biggest question mark. We know he has the speed. Probably got the potential. He's bounced around a couple of times. Why does he keep getting lost in the sauce? That's my question about Paris Campbell. And I told you, I'm grading hard on this, guys. I'm grading hard on this. When it comes to one Paris Campbell, I gotta do Paris Campbell as a C-. I really do. And the reason why I'm doing a C- on him, I just don't know what he is. I don't know what he is. And I don't think anybody really knows what he is yet. And so when we look at him, we really know that the Cowboys are just taking a chance. This is what they're doing. This is exactly what they're doing. So since they're taking a chance on him, I mean, really, the best we can do is give him a C-. And let's just wait and see what happens. Let's wait and see what happens. We're not going to throw him in the trash. He just gets to go into the pile. But I can tell you this, from what I saw from Jalen Brooks, I'm probably taking him over Jalen Brooks. I'm probably taking him over Jalen Brooks. I struggled with the whole Jalen Brooks thing the entire season. I struggled with one Jalen Brooks. And so for me, again, I'm giving him a C. And I told you before, I'm grading hard on this. I'm for sure grading hard on this list. And so, again, Dante Fowler, he's last for me. Let me tell you what I'm giving Dante Fowler, and you're probably not going to be surprised. All right, y'all forgive me. I'm writing on one screen while this is being translated to this screen. I am going to give Dante Fowler an A-. I am absolutely giving Dante Fowler an A-. And you could probably give him an A or an A+. I'm going to give him an A-. And that's really, really good. And I told you I'm grading hard. So I'm kind of grading with a bad curve. But I am giving Dante Fowler, guys, this is an A- for me. And what I mean by an A minus, this is an absolute fantastic pick. Dante Fowler to me is the best free agency pickup the Cowboys got to me. He is absolutely the best free agency pick they picked up. Y'all tell me what you think in the chat, but I think that Dante Fowler is the best one they picked up. And if I had to go through, I would give Fowler number 1, Kenneth number 2. I would give Sanborn number 3 just based on value. Peyton Turner and Solomon Thomas, you can give them both 4s. I would go Kyer Elam and Rob Jones. I would probably go 5 and 6. And then as it applies to Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, I would probably give them, I'm skipping over number 8. I'm skipping over number 7. I'm going 8 and 9 respectively on them, and I'm going number 10 on Paris Campbell, so I kind of skipped number 7 because I can't even put him in that spot. But that's kind of where I am. But I'm telling us, Dante Fowler, fantastic pickup. Dante Fowler is going to pay dividends. Dividends. I'm telling us. I absolutely love the thing that they did by going and getting Dante Fowler. This is kind of where I am on this. And also, when you look into free agency, you also cannot discount our own. You can't discount our own. What do we think about these? What do we think about these guys right here being picked, the guys who we got returning? And when I look at this list right here, because this is actually a part of free agency, and I'm telling us what the Cowboys are going to tell us. When the Cowboys sit down at the end of all of this, they're going to be telling us that re-signing our own was a part of free agency when people start complaining. That's just what they're going to tell us. They are. And so I'm gonna put my grades on these, and then I'm gonna go to the chat and see what you guys are talking about on this list. But when I look at returning, I cannot help but I give the Oso Digizua return an A. Oso Digizua, flat out A. Flat out for me. Another person on here. Let me see. Let me put this one on here. Kevontae Turpin, A+. Marquise Bell, A. These guys right here were these were absolutely great, and I'm going to shock you with this one. I'm going to give this guy an A-. This is probably going to shock you. Let me tell you something. Brock Hoffman, I don't think people understand how valuable Brock Hoffman is. We literally got Brock Hoffman on a free lunch plan. For how good Brock Hoffman is and how nasty Brock Hoffman is, the competitiveness and everything that Brock Hoffman brings, plays multiple positions. Brock Hoffman is going to challenge. He's going to challenge for a starting position. I don't know if he's going to win it. He's going to challenge. Brock Hoffman is going to make the entire offensive line better because he's going to challenge. I'm telling you, Brock Hoffman is so valuable to this team. I don't even think we realize it. Brock Hoffman was huge for this team to re-sign. You start talking about some of these guys it is what it is. You start talking about, Brian Anger. He's the punter. Okay, we brought him back. You start talking about some, you're talking about Trent Sieg. It is what it is. We can just put that where it is on that. You start looking at these guys like Wanye Thomas. A lot of people wanted Wanye Thomas back. CJ Goodwin, I'm just going to throw these all in here. B's, B-. Tyrus Weed, B-, wherever you want to put that. Dakota Shepley, we can kind of put that at a B minus if we want to. Israel, we can put him at a solid B. I think a lot of people wanted to see what he could do. Some people are saying he's going to be the answer to J. Lou. This is what some people are saying. But as far as what the Cowboys got returning, I like it. I absolutely like what the Cowboys did as far as that goes. And I kind of want to go back up here just for a moment. So if I'm going to give the Cowboys a huge letter grade as far as it pertains to the additions, we can give the additions somewhere in a B. And you know what, matter of fact, let's give the additions, let's maybe give it a B minus. I'm grading pretty hard on this. Let's give that a B minus. Let's give the returns. I'm giving the returns an A minus. So we got two different grades on these. You'll see them. They'll pop up in a moment. We got a B minus and we got an A minus. Now, let's go to the losses, and then we're going to get this all in totality, and I'm going to go to you guys' comments. We're going to get this all in totality. Let me tell you something. This right here. All right, let me let you see what I got on screen. I got an A minus. I got a B minus. Now, this part right here, I'm going to be extremely harsh on this. And I'm just being extremely honest. I'm going to be extremely harsh on this portion of the grade for the Dallas Cowboys as it applies to free agency. And we're going to talk about this one in a moment. Cooper Rush. Now, I'm being harsh. I'm just telling you I'm being harsh. And this is going for, let me help you understand what I'm doing. If I'm going from A to F, A means I like the loss. F means I hate the loss. So let me start with one Cooper Rush. Some people may not be happy about how I'm rating Cooper Rush. It'll pop up on the screen in a moment. I'm giving the Cooper Rush loss a B. I don't think Cooper Rush is the loss that people are thinking he is. I'm just being honest. Cooper Rush, to me, is not that big of a loss. Man, you can go in the draft, and you immediately go in the draft, and you get Milroe, and you automatically upgrade from Rush. This dude has been a career backup. And on one of those 12-win teams, he won 4 games, and people started giving him critical acclaim. I mean, just start talking all historical. Oh, yeah, the first quarterback to win this many starts in his first. I mean, stop it. Just absolutely stop it. Cooper Rush is a backup. And he's not even a super backup. He's average. He's absolute average. I'm giving Cooper Rush a B. And what I mean by a B, I don't consider it to be a loss. And don't let me say not a loss. Somewhat of a loss. Some people had confidence in him. Not a big deal to me. I'm giving it a B. Rico Dowdle, in the grand scheme of things. I'm going to put some respect on Rico Dowdle's name. I think Rico Dowdle did a really good job. And it makes me wonder if the Cowboys have some locker room stuff going on. And not even just locker room stuff. Maybe there is some resentment towards ownership. Because when I look at Miles Sanders and when I look at Javonte Williams, I don't know if this is telling, and I don't know. It is telling us something. I just think the Cowboys thought Rico Dowdle was not explosive enough. I said it. I banged the table for him to start. He started. But once he got the start, the one thing I noticed about Rico Dowdle, can he grind out the yards for you? Yes, he can. Is he a home run hitter? Nope. Is he good in the red zone? Nope. Is he a good blocker? Eh. Is he good in the passing game? Pretty good. The Cowboys looked at Rico Dowdle, and they said that Rico Dowdle was expendable. I kind of tend to agree. I don't think Rico Dowdle was going to fit into what the Cowboys are going to do. The Cowboys are going in the draft, and I believe they're getting 2 running backs, and Rico Dowdle was not going to fit in there, and the Cowboys, rightfully so, let him go out, test free agency, and I actually wanted Rico Dowdle to get paid bigger than what he did. But again, Mills 36 was letting us in on the fact that the Cowboys are possibly looking at Najee Harris. And I did a video because I thought that Najee Harris and Rico Dowdle, in essence, were the same people. Maybe you give Najee Harris a little bit of an edge because he's been healthier than one Rico Dowdle. This was Rico Dowdle's first healthy season. The Cowboys said that one healthy season isn't enough for us to break the bank on you. That's what they said. And after looking at the tape, did Rico Dowdle do great? Well, let's say he did good. Great to me is hitting your head on the goalpost, making a couple of guys miss, and you're going to the guys just give up because they can't catch you. The Cowboys are going to be looking not only for power, the Cowboys are going to be looking for speed at the running back position. And they're basically saying, Rico Dowdle, we're not even sure if he can be healthy another season. There's no way we're going to give him the bag. Rico wanted to go out and test free agency. They let him test free agency, and he wound up not basically getting the bag. But again, he probably got more than what the Cowboys would have paid him. But his loss, I'm giving it a C. I mean, he was a good runner. It is what it is. DeMarcus Lawrence. Boy, I'm going extremely harsh on this thing with DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence in totality. I don't think the Cowboys should have extended DeMarcus Lawrence the first time. I'm just dropping bombs on us on this one. I never liked the fact when the Cowboys paid DeMarcus Lawrence before they did Dak Prescott. I didn't. DeMarcus Lawrence, great in the run. I'm going to tell you something else about DeMarcus Lawrence. He never was a top-tier pass rusher. I'm saying it. Some people might not agree. He never was a top-tier pass rusher. Him and Michael Parsons, in some respects, could possibly be a good complement to each other. But the problem is, because they couldn't work together, they couldn't work out their complementary football. DeMarcus Lawrence is not a pass rusher, but he's pretty good in the run. Michael Parsons is a great pass rusher. He's not too good in the run. Those two could have offset each other and really been good on this defense had they saw eye to eye, but they didn't see eye to eye. I do believe that DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be a loss. I'm not going to disrespect him in totality, but one of the places that he's going to lose some points for me, and why I'm going to put him at a C- as far as a loss goes, I'm going to put him at a D- because of his mentality. He got a mentality problem. Being on the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm not going to fault him per se, but I think being on the Dallas Cowboys is too much for him. Just like it was too much for Dalton Schultz. Just like it was too much for Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard is with the Tennessee Titans and losing. And said he's happier than he's been in his whole life. What? Losing? Yeah, because I got a peace of mind. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence. We're going to talk about this later. I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence likes what comes with Micah Parsons. A lot of noise comes with Micah Parsons. No one's questioning Micah Parsons' play, even though I think he's out of position. Some will argue with me. I think he would be better at linebacker, and the Cowboys go get a true big defensive end, and you let Micah Parsons rush from the linebacker position. Rush the passer from the linebacker position and also be a part of the run-stopping defense. I would love to see it, but we'll see what happens. But I consider him more of a C-minus loss because of his mentality. And I think that he and Michael Parsons hurt the locker room culture some. But I'm going to put him at a C-minus loss. Chauncey Golston, people are really talking really big stuff about Chauncey Golston. I like Chauncey Golston, but I'm still making that into a C loss. Kuma Edoga, we lost him to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Again, not really crying. I'm giving that a C loss. Now, this is the one that may surprise you. Jordan Lewis. If there is a loss that I consider to be a loss, it's Jordan Lewis. All these other guys are replaceable. All these C's, contrary to people crying about them, they're replaceable. Oh, hold on a second. I got this backwards. Hold on a second. Let me do this right. Y'all help me out here. Let me show you what I give this one. This is what I give the loss of Jordan Lewis based on my criteria. Jordan Lewis is an F- loss. That means it's bad. The Jordan Lewis loss to me is bad. Jordan Lewis played way too good for the Cowboys. Jordan Lewis is way too good of a player. It's updated. F-. I'm giving it an F-. I don't even think that's possible. It's either an F or it's not. I'm giving the Jordan Lewis a loss, an F-. Jordan Lewis loss is a front office loss. It's a front office loss. And the reason why it's a front office loss, it's a front office loss because the reason Jordan Lewis left was because of the front office. He got tired of the low ball offers, the team-friendly deals, not acknowledging how good and consistent Jay Lewis actually being on this team. The Cowboys should have approached him during the season for a deal. Jordan Lewis was balling out, man. And the crazy thing is, Mike Fisher reported, and I thought this was insanity. Mike Fisher reported the Cowboys were shocked. Jordan Lewis's agent didn't even approach the Cowboys and say, this is who's talking to me. He didn't even approach him. Jordan Lewis's agent didn't even approach the Cowboys. Jordan Lewis didn't even approach the Cowboys and tell him he was leaving. I'm gone. I'm gone. By the time they found out, they didn't even have time to react, negotiate, nothing. This dude said he was out. See, he was out on the Cowboys. Absolutely. He said he was out. So when you put all of that in totality for me, I'm giving this issue with the Cowboys overall. I would give the Cowboys overall free agency grade because I'm going to give this section down here with the loss. I'm probably going to give that section, let's see. All right, let me correct this. I'm going to give the Cowboys loss. I'm going to give that a C. I think I'll put the losses for the Cowboys somewhere around, and let me give it a C+. I'll put that around a C+. And so when you kind of come in totality on all of these without any kind of numerical calculator or anything, I would say I would give the Cowboys free agency probably around, I would say a B-. The number I'm coming to is a B- for the Cowboys in free agency. That's where I am. Y'all tell me what you think. I'm giving the Cowboys free agency about a B-. And I'll be honest with you. That's fantastic for the Cowboys. It's absolutely fantastic. Because in years past, the Cowboys would be all Fs. I'm just telling us. In years past, the Cowboys would be all Fs. No, they're not all Fs this time. The Cowboys are actually at, in my estimation, it's probably about a B-. And that's a very good grade for the Cowboys. It is. Vincent Johnson, appreciate you. Appreciate that $9.99 super chat. He said great content being supported. Vincent, I'm telling you, you tell me what you think. I'm going B- on this. And that's a doggone great grade for the Cowboys because I'm telling you, these things have pretty much been Fs. My man, Jigga Man, appreciate the appreciate the super chat. Jigga Man. Man, when I saw them sign this dude, Brock Hoffman, for $1 million, I think Brock Hoffman's deal is like $1.1 million because he was some kind of what they call an ERFA. Man, for Brock, let me tell y'all something right now. If Brock Hoffman would have hit free agency, I promise you he's getting more than, I promise you he's not getting $1 million. Brock Hoffman would not have gotten $1 million hitting free agency. That dude would have got paid. I'm not telling you he would have signed some big-time contract. No, that dude would have, Brock Hoffman would have got paid. He a monster. This dude has got exactly what you want. Neo, he said, I can't remember when I was excited for camp. Appreciate that super chat. Neo, last year was one of Dallas's worst attended camps ever by the fans. I wonder why. It's probably because they usually get Fs in free agency. They didn't get an F in free agency this time. The Cowboys got a B-. Training camp gonna be full this year. Training camp gonna be full this year. I guarantee you. Fans gonna be out in groves this year. They are. Fans are going to be out in groves when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys training camp. They're going to be out in groves. The media is going to be out in groves. The Dallas Cowboys, we got so many stories that are brewing. Dak Prescott back. Michael Parsons probably going to sign an extension somewhere during that time, if not right before. We're gonna have our draft picks. Not only are we going to have our free agents, we got brand new coaches. We're going to have our free agents in. We're going to have our big-time skill position offensive players in. Everybody who's talking about Keenan Allen right now, they will not be talking about Keenan Allen after free agency. You watch what I tell you. They will not be talking about Keenan Allen. The big talk is going to be the wide receiver, whoever he is the Cowboys get. The big talk will be the Cowboys getting 2 running backs. The big talk will be the Cowboys getting another defensive tackle. The big talk will be the other players the Cowboys are going to get. And mark my words, do not be shocked. The Dallas Cowboys will probably find a way to get back in the doggone 4th round. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked if the Cowboys work their way back into the 4th round or find a way to get another draft pick up there early. Cowboys are going to wheel and deal because this is where they're going to try to make their mark, and they're going to try to get the skill positions in the draft, and then they're going to also try to show up this. I think they're going to show up the defensive tackle, and I think they're going to try to show up the edge rusher in this draft too. I will not be surprised you see those 2 positions somewhere in the draft, one of them in the 3rd, maybe one of them in the 5th. The Cowboys are going to be busy. Cowboys are going to be busy, and we're not going to be talking about none of the stuff that we've been talking about so far. It's going to be great. Training camp going to be great, Neo. Johnny Blue. Yes, sir, I like this. He got his grades on wide receivers. Tolbert, C+. You got him a little higher than where I would have him. Jalen Brooks, C-. I'm going hard. I'm giving him a D. Kevontae Turpin, B+. I give Kevontae Turpin as a receiver. This may be a little hard, Johnny Blue. Receiver, I don't really consider Turpin as much as a receiver as a gadget guy. Turpin is the guy to me. You're not using him in the passing game. I think we've been misusing him, trying to give him those go routes and stuff like that. I think that's the wrong way to use him. I think the perfect way to use him is the play that we saw him on that crossing route underneath. He got the ball, got in space, and he was gone. That's what they had to use him at. But again, B+, I'm not going to argue with you too much on that. Luke Schoonmaker is a C. Ooh, C-. He better step it up this year. Ferguson, B-, hurt last year. I'll give you that. He better step it up. Jonathan Mingo, C with a question mark. I'm with you. But I'm so ready to see Jonathan Mingo with Dak Prescott. I think we may come out of training camp and talking about how great Jonathan Mingo is. I will not be surprised if we come out of training camp talking about how great Mingo is. And Mingo may be the very reason the Cowboys don't get a second wide receiver. I'm hoping they get two, but he may be the reason they don't get two because they want to see what he is, but I'm sure they're going to get one in the first round. I think they're telegraphing us what they're going to do. I do. Flat out, I think they're telling us. Jigga Man, he said, what are these membership gifts? We got that coming in the future. We got quite a few things. I don't want to reveal too much, Jigga Man, because I want to make sure some stuff I shouldn't say I'm only going to be doing, but it's going to be some stuff that I want to do that's going to be different than what I've seen other people do as far as memberships go. But again, I kind of started some of it already, got some members only videos. You kind of saw today, kind of released a video only for the members. They got to see the Michael Irvin, Drew Pearson thing that we're actually going to cover on here a little bit more in depth. But we got some more things coming too. Believe me when I tell you, Jigga Man. Yeah, we got some great things coming. Azteca said, we know the history of the Chiefs being originally from Dallas, but they aren't anymore. And if you like Mahomes and Chiefs so much, maybe you should buy Mahomes jersey and rep that team. Azteca, now see, I'm from East Texas. I'm from Jacksonville, Texas. Raised in Tyler, Texas. Patrick Mahomes, born and raised in, I guess he was born there, but I know he was raised in White House, Texas, which is right in between Tyler, Texas and Jacksonville, Texas. And these places are about 15, from Tyler to White House is about 15 to 20 miles. And from Tyler to Jacksonville, it's about 20 to 25 miles. And so Patrick Mahomes, for a lot of East Texas people, a lot of people in East Texas are big fans of Patrick Mahomes. Big fans of Patrick Mahomes. I like Patrick Mahomes. I'm just one of these type of people. I like Patrick Mahomes. I can't say I necessarily root for him. I mean, I root for him to be successful. I don't necessarily root for him because I'm too busy rooting for Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. But a lot of the Dallas folk, too, I've noticed this, Azteca, a lot of Dallas folk feel like they have a connection to Patrick Mahomes because he's from the East Texas area. That's where, if you ever see somebody talking about Patrick Mahomes, that's where that love is coming from. That is exactly where that love is coming from, Azteca. Let's see. We're going to close. We've closed out free agency grades. Miss Matrix, you still with me? We about to get to Brian Broadus, but we've been putting Brian Broadus off for like 2 or 3 days. We put Brian Broadus off for 2 or 3 shows. So let's get to Brian Broadus here. Then we're going to run down through some more comments, but I want to pull up Brian Broadus. Brian Broadus had a few things to say about the Dallas Cowboys free agency. All right, let me see if I can get to that. And I forgot, forgive me, I forgot to pull it up. Okay. And what it is, okay, Brian Broadus is going to talk about the free agency signees as in Robert Jones and Solomon Thomas. That's what I was interested in. Brian Broadus gives some very interesting takes on quite a few things. So we're going to listen to Brian Broadus here in just a moment. Let me pull that up. Miss Matrix, we finally getting to Brian Broadus. We finally getting to it. So we're going to listen to this and respond to it. But let me get a couple more of your comments, and then we're going to go to Brian Broadus. My girl Angie, she said, gee, I think you nailed it. Nailed it home on your facts about Keenan Allen. We all will have our own opinions, facts about it. Hey, Angie, that piece I did on those rookies, Isn't it ironic, Angie? He was a rookie. 3rd round rookie. And came in and made an immediate impact on a playoff team. I believe the wide receivers in this draft, Angie, if the Cowboys go get one of those top 4, we're going to be great. We're going to be great. And again, Angie, I don't knock people's opinions. A lot of people want to be definitive on what the Cowboys should do as far as it pertains to Keenan Allen. I see both sides of the argument. I see both sides. And again, I don't think this is the Dallas Cowboy argument as much as people make it. This dude, it's Monday, and Keenan Allen, unless somebody breaks the news today, Keenan Allen is still out there. Keenan Allen is still out there. And whoever Keenan Allen goes to, he needs to go. Keenan Allen, to me, is an older wide receiver. Does he want the chip or the check? And if he wants the chip, he needs to be considering Buffalo. He needs to be considering Kansas City. DeAndre Hopkins already went to the Baltimore Ravens. And the reason why I say he needs to consider those teams, because they're going to probably give you the 2-year, quote-unquote, 1-year deal. They're going to give you a whole lot of money up front, basically telling you you're going to get all this money for 1 season, because the reality is we're not keeping you for 2 seasons, but we're going to get you for 1 season so that we can spread your money over 2 seasons. He has officially entered, whether he accepts it or not. Keenan Allen has officially entered mercenary mode. There will be very few teams that are going to give Keenan Allen more than a 2-year deal. I'll be shocked if a team gives Keenan Allen a 3-year deal. I don't think there will be a team left that'll give him because if you give him a 2-year, we know it's a 1-year. I don't think there's a team that'll give him a 3-year because that's a 2-year. He's officially in DeAndre Hopkins mercenary mode. 1 season, you're one and done. If we don't win the Super Bowl with you, we're done with you. I think that's where Keenan Allen is. And if he does find that team that's going to give him those 3 seasons, I'll be shocked if it's a competitor. I'll be shocked. And if it's a competitor that gives him the deal, then I guarantee you the guaranteed money is not going to be that big on that deal. I'll be shocked. Excuse me, but Keenan Allen, he's in mercy. When you get to his age, you're in mercenary mode. I would love for the Chargers to bring him back. I would love for Harbaugh to bring him back. Okay, we got Harbaugh now. Bring him back. Let him finish his career in with the Chargers. The Chargers, I wouldn't call them a contender per se. They're going to probably make the playoffs again. But if I was Keenan Allen, and when I look at what the Kansas City Chiefs have over there at wide receiver, I would have my agent on the phone with Kansas City. What's the most you can give me? I'm looking for a Super Bowl. Joey Bosa said something that I absolutely respect. Joey Bosa said, I'm getting old. That's a powerful statement. Keenan Allen, you're about to be 33. How much longer you got? Do you want the chip or the check? Because if you want the chip, you need to be on the phone with a team that's 1 player away. Better yet, a team that's not actually 1 player away. A team to where you can go to, and they're not even 1 player away. They got the players that can get them to the bowl game. That you could actually be the player that says, I'm the tipping point. Saquon Barkley for the Eagles was the tipping point last year. Not to mention, Detroit got some injuries. But once they got to the end, Saquon Barkley was the tipping point. The Eagles had already been to the Super Bowl 2 years before they lost. No, this time they went and got the tipping point. No, this is the guy right here. We already got players. This guy right here is going to be the tipping point. You ought to be considering that. Maybe you don't ask for $13 million, Keenan Allen. Maybe you start talking about $8 million. Maybe you start talking about $7 million. And hey, you know what? Y'all know where I am. Get your money. Man, if you want $13 million, you think that's what you're worth, you go get it. I'm just saying you got to choose whether you want the chip or the check when you get that old. And if you want the chip, These teams are going to tell you. The teams that are competitive, they're going to tell you. The reality is we don't need you. We're already winning. But we want you because we think you can maybe put the exclamation point. But you need to ask yourself something too. Do you want to win? Do you want an opportunity at a championship? Because if you want an opportunity at a championship, then you might need to concede too. Let's meet in the middle. How much are you willing to play? How much are you willing to play for? I'm telling you, this Keenan Allen thing is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And we're going to transition to Brian Broadus. And matter of fact, I'll talk about this whole thing with Amari Cooper. We'll talk about that also when we get to NFL news. The stuff with Amari Cooper is crazy. Man, what they're saying about Amari Cooper, man, it's criminal. Man, it's criminal what they're saying about Amari Cooper. It's criminal. Amari Cooper ought to be so mad right now. Man, I'd be steaming if I was him. Neo said, G, help me out with our fan base. We do nothing in free agency, half mad and complain. We do more than we've done in years, half mad and complain. Come on, Cowboys Nation. Neo, because you can never please people. Boy, it's hard to please people. It's hard. It is. And now that the Cowboys are doing something, everybody has their opinion on what they think the Cowboys should be doing. Man, it's hard to please people. Man, people are finicky. Sean, appreciate that super chat. Appreciate it. Sean said, I really believe the Cowboys will exceed expectations this season. He said, love your content. Appreciate you. Sean. Anybody, hey, if you've been following me, you already know where I am on this. This right here is the precursor for the Super Bowl run in 26. This is the precursor. And I said it last night. Stephen Jones said the goal is to build the best roster in the NFL. That takes more than 1 year. And the problem is people will take things that Jerry and Stephen say and they go right now. Stephen didn't say right now. And if we're thinking logically, no, it takes 2 years at least. You got your quarterback, you got your wide receiver, you got your defensive end, you got your Deron Bland as your cornerback. We got Marquise Bell, we got also Digizua now. We're going to see what Mozzie Smith is. The Cowboys already had players. They got to now go in the draft. They went and got depth in free agency. I love what they did. They got the draft. They got the depth in free agency. You don't want to get the depth in the draft. You know why? Because the same thing that happened to us last year would have happened again. Go get the depth in free agency. Put some depth on the defensive side of the ball. Go in the draft and get the skill positions. Get the young fast guys. Get those guys in the draft. And then before you know it, in 2 seasons, man, you got a team. You might mess around and have a super team. The Dallas Cowboys, whether people realize it or not, the Cowboys are on the verge. If they do the draft right, play their cards right after preseason, play their cards right, I'm telling you, undrafted free agency is going to be important for the Cowboys this year. Undrafted free agency is going to be important for the Cowboys. Whatever they can't get or don't choose to get in this draft, they better go out and do some of those things in the undrafted free agency. And then when the preseason shakes down and people start cutting players, because again, this is why I'm telling people, the Cowboys need to be saving some money. Don't go and blow everything. No, save some money. See what shakes down after the preseason. Who's going to be released? There may be some teams that release some flat-out veterans that could really come on your team and make a huge difference for 2 or 3 years. Be on the lookout. And the one place the Cowboys have failed to play that we've talked about, the trade deadline. They got to be ready for all of this. And if the Cowboys succeed, free agency, the draft, the trade deadline, 2026, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. This is the precursor. You don't build. You don't go from where the Cowboys were last year and get the best roster in the NFL in a season. And please, let us not be thinking that Keenan Allen was going to make us have the best roster in the NFL. Man, stop it. Keenan Allen wasn't going to make us have the best roster in the NFL. Would he have made us way better wide receiver? Yes, way better. But will one of these rookie wide receivers make us way better? Yes, you better believe it. Angie said fans complain, period. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. You right on point. Azteca, Jack Sanborn, and Kenneth Murray will help out the linebackers. Oh, yeah. You wait until Overshown. When he comes back, Cowboys going to be nice. I'm telling y'all about Sanborn. I will not be surprised if Sanborn is here for the next 3 to 4 years. As cheap as the Cowboys are going to get him this season, he going to ball out this season. He'll get another deal with the Cowboys. They're probably going to get him on another very good deal. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be surprised with this dude. It's going to be great. He's going to be great. My man Blue Star in the crib. What's going on? He said just got out of work. Hope all is well. Yes, sir. All is well with the Cowboy family. Yes, sir. Jeanette, what's going on? Superstar status. He says wherever he would catch a pass or make a play, I would call him Mr. Brooks. Oh, you talking about Jalen Brooks? Yeah. Boy. Nisi, I'm with you. Fowler being back, huge. Skeptical fan, just because Fowler was good in Washington doesn't mean our coaches can teach him to be that good on our team. We're going to see. Skeptical fan, I think he's going to be great. I do. All right, guys, so let's get into this thing with Brian Broadus. Brian Broadus is going to drop some dimes on us. At least I think he is. We're going to react the same time to this. Some of this stuff, guys, I try to make a point that when I bring up some of these things, I try to make a point that on some of these videos, I don't watch them because I kind of want to get the reaction right in front of you guys and see what some of your reactions are too. This is Brian Broadus talking about the signings of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's roll.
By the way, we after our show today, we did the draft show. I just want to kind of throw that out there.
How did Wolchuk do?
He did really, really well.
Tore him up.
Yeah, we went after Tommy Yarish.
Had a bunch of fools on that
You
show.
went after Tommy?
Went after Tommy, then went after Nick Harris. Nick might not ever come back with us again.
He just doesn't have the scout side for tight ends.
Who's his number one guy?
I know his number 2 guy is.
Who is it?
Miami guy.
Arroyo?
Yeah.
Hey, man, outside of the injuries and 5 years of no production until last year, what's not to like?
What's not to like?
Amen, brother.
All it took was Cam Ward showing up.
Whoever drafts Cam Ward, just get him Arroyo, and you'll look at like 20 yards a pop.
Yeah,
that could be a good tandem.
It's amazing.
Until his knee pops.
It's amazing to go back and watch like him, like kind of go back and see the numbers before. Just nothing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Cam Ward shows up, and all these guys that University of Miami all look great.
Hey, Restrepo's a heck of a slot receiver, though. Somebody's going to get a guy.
I'll tell you what, man. You talk
as long as he's not fumbling in the biggest moments of a
real quick. I promise I'm going to get to these scouting reports. Did you watch the Cal Miami game?
Yeah, that was an incredible game. That was the one that got taken from them. Miami had a couple of lucky wins last year. Yeah. And that was one of them.
It was crazy though. Restrepo though, the way that the throws that they made. Down. What do you got?
We got another Cowboys signing.
Who?
Are you ready for this, boys?
Oh, this is big.
According to Schultze, Todd Archer, and others, the Dallas Cowboys are signing
a holder.
No, it's a defensive lineman.
A personal protector.
Peyton Turner, former first-round defensive end of the New Orleans Saints.
Peyton Turner.
I believe he came from Houston. Wasn't he a Houston Cougar?
The original Pepe.
Yeah.
So there's some more depth defensive end for you.
Nobody loves the first round bust more than the Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys do love to find a way to resurrect the first rounders, which, hey, Rolando McClain, it worked out. Yeah. Leonard Davis, it worked out.
Yeah.
And I am going back a ways now.
Ryan Leaf, it didn't work out.
Did not work out there.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was a corner in there somewhere that I'm forgetting. But, hey, now Peyton Turner and Solomon Thomas, 2 former first rounders on your defensive line.
There you go. All right, Robert Jones. I'm going to give you the scouting report for Robert Jones. He's the left guard that was with the Miami Dolphins, now Dallas Cowboys. member. He's from Middle Tennessee. He came out in the 2021 NFL draft. He was undrafted, as Gavin Dawson told you a while back, and played all 17 games for the Dolphins this season. He's got the length for the position, but he doesn't do a very good job of taking advantage of how long he is in those limbs to be able to handle those defensive linemen that he deals with. He has a hard time keeping defenders off his body. He doesn't extend like he needs to in order to control these defenders. And it's surprising because you kind of feel like that, with this guy with some power, with some length that he has, that he'd be able to control rushers a little bit better, but he doesn't do that. He will show the power, as I mentioned, to hold defenders in place. Where he will get in trouble is when his feet stop. So you have these rushers get in on him, these defenders get to him, and then he stops his feet. He doesn't keep his feet going. And so that way that allows the defenders to kind of work around him or discard him. So he tends to really rely on his mass more than the technique in order to handle these defenders. He tends to play off balance. I think he lacks ideal range when it comes to the second level blocks. I think he's better when he can do those reach blocks where it's along the line of scrimmage where he can, just try and get his head across the defender, or the scoop block with the defender as well. So either going to his left or right along the line of scrimmage a little bit better than having to play on the second level. It tends to be a little bit of a slow there, and some problems on that second level. The further he has to go, the more trouble he tends to get into. I thought he could be overpowered as a pass blocker when the defender gets underneath him. There were a couple of sacks that came that way that he gave up. He has some initial quickness off the snap. His hands are ready, but he will miss with them, and that causes some problems as well. I thought he was aware for the games, the stunts, but not always successful being able to finish those. I think the reason they got this guy's experience and availability are a plus. Strength could be a factor as well, but he really does lack sustain. He was a left side player, as I mentioned, and will be asked to probably play on the right side, similar to what they have, I think, with Hoffman and Bass at those positions. So here's a guy that's just going to come and compete.
So weird. Why?
Real upgrade
if your cap dollars are finite,
yep,
we're going redundant on a jobber right guard. You got two of those guys already, Brian.
Yep. I totally agree with you on that.
Math ain't mathing once again.
Nope. I'm not a big fan of the player, and I think having to play from the left side to the right side will be an adjustment for him. So, but
is he really good at the pins and pulls or any of the techniques they're going to try to add?
The second level stuff, I just didn't like. The stuff along the line of scrimmage, I thought he was okay. The stuff that caused we had to go up on a linebacker or have to pull, I didn't particularly think that was very good. So I think you're kind of in this spot. I don't think it keeps you from drafting a guy either, by the way. It's not one of those things where, they've got a couple of guys. I think they still need a player. I think they could upgrade with the draft over the guys that they currently have, believe it or not. All right, Solomon Thomas. Now, this is a different story here, Solomon Thomas.
Right. You just watched the highlights.
Who? Me? No, I watched
You gonna tell us he's better than Osa?
Down in, down out. Say it. Say he's better than Osa.
Day, no days off.
No, he's pretty good. I think this guy's pretty good. I tell you what, very similar player when it comes to initial quickness off the ball. I think that he plays as a 3. He's got a nice first quick step. I think he works hard to fight those reaches and scoop blocks that I was talking about. He doesn't let blockers hook him. He will lose the ball sometimes due to his over aggressiveness, but it wasn't all the time. It was just something that happened to him in the Denver game that I watched. I think this guy's good with his hands. I think he's got some quickness to him. I think he'll fire him inside. I think he'll control blockers with that. He could split double teams. The lateral quickness for the position. They use him on twist stunts. He could set up blockers. He had a sack versus Tennessee where he was on the outside shoulder of him, and he faked like he was coming up the field and then went back underneath, and he completely went around the blocker that way. I like that about him. I think he's got power to push the pocket. And when you watch him, if he gets a little too far up the field, you'll see him retrace his steps and get back in on the tackle. I think he plays with a burst. I think he can close from the backside. You saw him run down some guys. Ball carriers try to get to the outside. He's up the field, be able to make some plays from the backside. Was able to kind of get a sack that way. Quarterback got to the outside. He was able to track him down. I thought he was quick to read blocking schemes and sniff out screens and plays to the outside. I think this guy is an upgrade. And, you were talking about Osa and stuff like that. I think this guy's a really good complementary piece to have with Osa as a 3 technique. I think you could play this guy at some edge even and put him on the outside and let him rush that way because of the initial quickness, the hand use, and the power that he plays with. So to me, here's a good use of your cap dollars right there and going to get a guy that if, there won't be this huge fall off if Osa, you have to sub Osa out of a game, or you could put him, Solomon Thomas, and Osa in at the game at the same time as a tackle, two defense tackles, and rush the passers this way.
I love that idea. I think one thing's been clear with some of these signings now when you add Peyton Turner into the mix. The Cowboys clearly liked these guys coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
They liked Javonte Williams. They liked Solomon Thomas. They liked Peyton Turner. And when they become available, they'll
Jonathan Mingo.
Mingo.
Yeah.
They make the 4th round pick trade
Trey
for him,
Lance.
right? It's like Rob Jones, I don't know. He was an undrafted guy. Maybe they didn't love him. But these other guys, certainly, they viewed them highly, at least highly enough to consider drafting them. They weren't able to do it. Now as free agents, they're bringing them in and seeing if they can find something out of these dudes.
I think that Solomon Thomas can actually give you something. And
I think that's been the best of the signings.
Absolutely. Well, they'll say they're some of their owns, but if you look at a guy that the drop off between Solomon Thomas and Osa Odighizuwa, I don't think is very huge. I think they're very similar players.
Whoa. 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 Now, did y'all catch what? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. I think he was fighting back, saying that Solomon Thomas was as good or better than Osa Odighizuwa. I think he was fighting it back. You heard what they said when he first started talking about him? Go ahead. They said it. Go ahead, tell us. They said, go ahead and tell us he's better than Osa Odighizuwa. Man, let me tell you something. Now, if you look back at our grade, it's strange, isn't it? When you look back at the grade that I gave, let me see if I can get it back up here. If you look back at the grade that I gave one Rob Jones, look at the grade. What did I give him? B minus. I gave him a B minus. Rob Jones, we're gonna see. He's gonna make, if he battles for a starting position, I gave him a B minus. Notice what I gave Solomon Thomas? A B. Brian Broadus just said he's solid. Brian Broadus just said that Solomon Thomas, and man, this dude just gave me visions of sugar plums and dancing in my head. When he said Solomon Thomas and Osa Odighizuwa on the field at the same time, all I can tell you is violence. This sounds violent to me. Solomon Thomas and Osa Odighizuwa at defensive tackle at the same time sounds violent. That's all I'm hearing is violence. Violence, violence, and more violence. Dante Fowler, imagine this. Dante Fowler on our passing downs. Dante Fowler on our passing downs. Peyton Turner on our rundowns. But I think Peyton Turner is going to be good on our passing downs too. Man, I'm telling you, I'm ready. I'm ready to see what this all develops into. This dude said Solomon Thomas is an upgrade. I'm just telling you. I trust I trust Brian Broadus. Brian Broadus, very good scout I'm not mistaken, used to scout for the Cowboys. I love what Brian Broadus said. Just telling us. And if this coaching staff is everything that they're being touted to be and everything I believe they are, man, the Cowboys are going to be looking pretty good. And notice what he said. Again, I don't think the Cowboys are done. They may full well go into the draft and, again, try to enhance some of these positions that they've also got the depth on in free agency. Oh, I like it. Man, this is looking good to me. Good to me. Boy, I like what he said about Solomon Thomas. I mean, man, I'm excited. Let me get to some of your comments down here. Let me get to some of your comments. Somebody said something very interesting. It's my man Chanel. Robert M31, we talked about this last night. I'm the same way. If Michael Gallup gonna play anywhere, it's gonna be in Dallas. If we can get him for the league minimum, we already paying him, I think, $8 million. Yeah, we need to bring him in. My man Chanel, man, what's going on with you? Hey, Chanel, stop it. Your moniker fits you perfectly. You can't handle the truth, Chanel. Don't say that to people. This is exactly what I'm explaining. You just summed it up. Keenan Allen has entered the wide receiver twilight zone. He has. Chanel, we got to ask ourselves, what team is going to give Keenan Allen a 3-year deal? What team? If it is a team that's not going to be competitive, I'm pretty sure. Understand when you're signing these older wide receivers. DeAndre Hopkins deal is straight up what it is. It's a 1-year mercenary deal. Devontae Adams deal, I'm just telling you what it is. I want to see the breakdown of it. It's a 1-year deal. They're saying it's a 2-year deal. No, it's a 1-year deal. I guarantee you it's a 1-year deal. They have basically giving him a 1-year deal, and if it turns out that the first year of that deal is good, I will not be surprised if they extend him so they can give him a little bit more money, but stretch the remaining money and the little bit of more money they give him out. I'm just telling you, I will not be surprised. The Rams, Devontae Adams, 1-year deal. Cooper Kupp, probably a 2-year deal. Wherever you see those 3-year deals on these wide receivers in this age range, if it's 1, then it's 1. If it's 2, probably 1. If it's 3, more than likely 2. That's why the money looks the way it looks, because they're saying we're willing to eat that money over 3 seasons, even though you may not be here. But I'm telling you this, that number on the front, they're not seeing that. They're going to make sure they don't see that. I'm just telling you. Keenan Allen, Chanel, Twilight Zone. We'll talk a little bit more about him when we get down to the NFL news. But let's go to Cooper Rush.
Yes! Here we go.
D Block, check please. What up, my man D Block? What's going on? Yes, sir. Oh, y'all speaking Spanish up in here, looks like. No mas tu calo. Oh, I see. You said no mas tu galopito. Yes, sir. I see you, what you're doing in here. I see you. What's going on, A-Dot? What's going on with you? Let's see here. The dude, he said, I'll settle for my baked Ruffles, cheddar, and sour cream chips and check. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Robert M. And let me be clear. Because a lot of people think that when you start saying things that are true, you're dissing on Keenan Allen. Would I be ecstatic if the Cowboys signed Keenan Allen? Yeah. Am I going to be mad if they don't sign Keenan Allen? Nope. I'll actually be madder at the Cowboys if they don't go get a wide receiver in the first round. That's what'll make me mad. If they don't get Keenan Allen and don't get a wide receiver in the first round or get one in the second round in some kind of way, one of those top 4 wide receivers fall to him in the second round, that'll make me mad. Keenan Allen, not going to make me mad because the Cowboys have an opportunity to get their own and develop their own top flight wide receiver. These top 4 guys are nasty, and the Cowboys are right there, and they can get one of them. Robert said, I wouldn't mind taking Allen, but let's be honest. It's not like he's got a legacy to defend. He needs to tell his agent, let's do this. I'm telling you. But again, when you think about Cooper Kupp and what Cooper Kupp got paid, we'll see. I think Keenan Allen may be saying, nah, man, nah. Nah, I ain't going below Cooper Kupp. We'll see. But I think that may be what he's saying. Hector, man, let me tell you something. If Keenan Allen start talking about $7-8 million, Cowboys don't even need the blink again if he say $7-8 million. Go get him. Go get him. The dude, he said, I think Washington and Philly looking to be so far ahead has a lot to do with the Cowboys Nation not being happy still with this year's free agent signings. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is where a lot of people are. They're making a comparison. But again, we have to understand we have to understand. The reason why we're not having to do some of the moves that they've made is because we've always been better than them. We do realize we beat the Washington Commanders last year. We beat them injured without our starting quarterback. We beat them. We almost beat them with our backup quarterback, Trey Lance. Our third-string quarterback, we almost beat him. And Jaden Daniels was in the game, and they had to take him out of the game because the Cowboys was knocking him around. We do remember that, right? I'm not afraid of the NFC East. I'm not afraid of the NFC East. If Dak Prescott is healthy and everything they've done just in free agency and what they're going to potentially do in the draft, we don't even know what they're going to do in undrafted free agency. We don't even know what they're going to do after the preseason is over. They can still tweak the team with some of those players. Oh, no, I'm not afraid of the NFC East. I am not afraid of the NFC East. I'm not. Hey, and, you said you said I'm not sold on Shotty. Shotty's not the one I'm sold on. I'm sold on the coaching staff. That's what I'm sold on. I'm sold on the coaching staff. And the coaching staff looks stellar. I love it. Chanel said that is why, G, they're not spending any more money. They're waiting for after the draft and the players that will be available to them after the draft. Chanel, you and me the only ones thinking. I ain't gonna say we the only ones. But you and I, this is how we're thinking. This is the way you're supposed to be thinking. Why would the Cowboys go blow everything now? This is the part I don't understand about the fan base. The fan base literally wanted us to blow entire free agency in 2 days. Just blow it. Oh, just go get the best. Go get Devontae Adams day one. Go get the Greenlaws. Go get the Josh Sweats. Go get whoever, fill in the blank. Go get the top players in the first 2 days, and then you're left with nothing. You're doing the same thing you would have done all these other years. Be very top heavy and got no depth around them. And then one of those players go down and the season is over again. No. Cowboys are doing exactly what they need to be doing. If you want to build the best roster in the NFL, it's going to take you 2 seasons. And the reason why it's going to take you 2 seasons, Chanel, and you tell me if you agree or disagree, the reason why it's going to take you 2 seasons, you're going to have to build you some depth, develop these players, so that the second season, now you're saying BPA. No, we're not filling needs no more. BPA. Now we BPA. That's what we're doing. Angie said, I don't think people thought that about Allen. They just saw him as a help for CD. And again, Angie, I understand where people are coming from on this. We're tired of watching Dak Prescott with only one wide receiver. We're tired of watching CeeDee Lamb get beat up. We're tired of watching CeeDee Lamb on triple coverage. We're tired of teams, when we get to the playoffs, all they have to do is shut down CeeDee Lamb and we're done. I understand exactly where people are on Keenan Allen. And Keenan Allen, would he be a great pickup? Yes, it would. Yes, he would. But the rookies are going to be great pickups too. The Cowboys are in position to get one of the top 4 wide receivers in the draft. It's on them if they don't do it. I'll be more mad if they don't get Keenan Allen and they don't get one of those top 4 wide receivers. I'll be mad. And I'll be honest with you. I don't think the Cowboys should go below top 4. I don't. And I know there are some potentially other good guys in that draft. No, I'm not chancing it. I'm not going below 4. I'm not going below the 4th wide receiver of those wide receivers ranked. I'm not going below. I want Ted McMillan. I want Emeka Ibuka. I want the kid from Texas. I want Luther Burden III. I want one of those 4. I'm not going below. And if trading back means I don't get one of them, I don't trade back. If I can trade back, get one of them, get another pick in the 4th, I'll trade back, get one of them, get another pick in the 4th, and then I'm coming right back in round number 2. I'm going to get my running back, and then 3 and 4, I'm going to get me a defensive tackle, and in the 4th, or the 3rd or the 4th, you flip it however you want it, I'll get me another D tackle, I'll get me another edge rusher. That's where I'm going. Then that'll reserve for me in the 5th. I can get me another running back, which I think will be the Martinez kid, Yarns, or one of those. Lord, please help us if Bashul Tootin could actually fall back there in the 5th, which is where they had him projected at first. But I think now Bashul Tootin is going to be somewhere in the 3rd, possibly even at the end of the 2nd. But if he was back there, get him too. And then if you want to, hey, man, how about this? Get you a 2nd running back. If you want to back there, get you a cornerback, linebacker. Get you some offensive lineman. But they gotta go skill up front. They have to. They have to. They can't do it. Chanel said he wished he could get Vita Vea from Tampa Bay, but he just signed through 2026. We had our chance in 2022 to get him. Yeah, sometimes you got to strike where that iron is hot. And Chanel, you think about this. One of the things the people are not talking about the Dallas Cowboys, and another reason why I think that they may be thinking that Keenan Allen don't fit. Go look at the age of all the Dallas Cowboys players. Go look at the age of all the Dallas Cowboys players. They're not getting older. They're getting younger. The Dallas Cowboys are getting younger. I just don't know if they thought Keenan Allen, and maybe they might change their mind. I don't know if Keenan Allen fits that, though. I don't know if he fits it. I don't know. I just don't know if they think he fits what they're looking for. Yeah, hey, Hector. Hey, he blew Peyton Turner off real fast, didn't he? He blew Peyton Turner off real fast. The Cowboys, I think, are high on Peyton Turner. Yeah, hey, Blue Star, we talked about it last night. Hey, man, they deserved it, especially T. Higgins. Now, let me tell you about T. Higgins. Somebody's going to have another opportunity at T. Higgins. The Cincinnati Bengals put T. Higgins on a 2-year. It's a 4-year, but it's a 2-year guarantee. T. Higgins might not make it. When I see 2-year guarantee, I think that's all he's going to get. Somebody else may be able to get him. Hey, T. Higgins a 2-year deal. Blue Star. They need to go re-sign Trey Hendrickson. Because they've already, the teams are speaking out here, guys, whether we accept it or not. The teams are speaking to Keenan Allen's agent. They're speaking to Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals. They're telling them the same thing this league told the Rams and Cooper Kupp's agent. We're not trading for Cooper Kupp, and we know you want to cut him anyway. We'll wait Cooper Kupp out. And it's on you if you want to be stuck with Cooper Kupp's salary. It's on you if you want to be stuck with that. You're the one who needs to get rid of Cooper Kupp. You need to get rid of Cooper Kupp more than we need Cooper Kupp. The league is speaking on that. They spoke on that, and that's what wound up happening. And that's why I told us the minute Cooper Kupp got cut, you were going to see who were really wanting Cooper Kupp. Keenan Allen. Let someone say Keenan Allen has came down on his price. You watch how the chit-chatter will speed up then. You'll notice the noise around Keenan Allen will get real loud. But I believe that it's probably correct. SpotTrack.com is saying that Keenan Allen is somewhere around that $11 to $13 million mark. I don't think you're going to get someone right now. Keenan Allen can probably be patient because I don't think you're going to get anybody right now who may be willing to pay Keenan Allen. Now, after the smoke clears and teams see what they have an opportunity to get and don't get or get in the NFL draft. Maybe if a team don't get the wide receiver they want, maybe that wide receiver gets taken before they get him. Maybe that there's a defensive player come available that they didn't think were going to be available. And so the wide receiver wasn't the highest player on their board. They push him down. They get that defensive player. Maybe a team comes out of the NFL draft and say, okay, we got this player rather than a wide receiver, or someone got the wide receiver we wanted. Who's still out there? Oh, Keenan Allen. Let's go get him. In everything that I'm telling us, some people get their egos hurt. Take your feelings out for a moment. No one's knocking Keenan Allen. I'm just giving us the reality on Keenan Allen. That's all I'm giving us. I know a lot of people don't want to give you the reality. They want to give you how they feel. I'll give you a little bit of how I feel. Cowboys get Keenan Allen, I'm ecstatic. The Cowboys don't get Keenan Allen, I'm ecstatic. If I had to choose between one of those top 4 rookies and Keenan Allen, I'm choosing one of those top 4 rookies. Why? Keenan Allen can be no more than a 2-year wide receiver for you. He's lost a step. He's going to be very savvy as far as running routes. He's going to be very savvy with knowing and understanding how to sit in zones. He's going to be very savvy in understanding how to read cornerbacks, and he's going to be very great at a whole bunch of things. But Keenan Allen is not on the incline, no matter what anyone says. The reality is Keenan Allen is on the decline. And him being on the decline does not mean that he's not great. He's on the decline of his career. He cannot be in your future. He's only in your immediate present. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys and I can get one of these rookies cheaper than I can get Keenan Allen, and I'm looking at the upside, I'm taking one of these rookies over Keenan Allen. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. And I think some other teams are saying some of the same similar stuff. We don't have to like it. It's just the truth. The truth, sometimes people don't like it. But again, Keenan Allen, chip or the check. And Keenan Allen can just be patient. And I'm sure that's what he's doing. He's just going to be patient. Wait and see what happens after the draft. That's all you have to do. Wait and see what happens after the draft. Somebody is probably going to come knocking on the door of one Keenan Allen. Just wait. Somebody's going to come knocking on the door. All right, we're going to move to Cooper Rush. And guys, I'm sorry. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the Cooper Rush story because I want to get to the 88. I want to get to the number 88 story. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm not hating on Cooper Rush. Y'all explain this to me. So let me get this part right. Let me pull up the story first. So Cooper Rush has signed with the Baltimore Ravens. Says right here on Athlon Sports. Cooper Rush was a free agent, but on Sunday he signed to be Lamar Jackson's backup with the Baltimore Ravens. His deal? A rather shocking, and it explain this to me. The Baltimore Ravens. Y'all got to make this make sense to me. Y'all got to make this make sense. A 2-year, $12 million deal. Can somebody make this make sense? I cannot wait to see the deal breakdown. I noticed they said up to $12 million. A chance to make $12 million. I am sure this deal is incentive laden. This deal, realistically, I would believe to be somewhere actually around $5 to $6 million. If this dude got paid $7-8 million, Cooper Rush, y'all know where I am. Get your money. Get your money, Cooper Rush. You've been a career backup. The Cowboys have nickel and dime you to death with $1 million deals. Even after people said you're the magical unicorn, the Dallas Cowboys went in here and paid. They went and paid Trey Lance more than you. I knew then Cooper Rush was done. When the Cowboys gave Trey Lance the same thing in one season that they'd given Cooper Rush in 2 seasons, I knew it was over then. But watch this, y'all. It's not the money. They're talking about the money. It's not the money for me. It's not the money for me. So hold on a second. Lamar Jackson, athletic, rocket for an arm, run the ball better than some running backs, absolutely escapability out of the pocket, dynamic on the run, dynamic when he gets in the open field. I can go on and on and on and on about Lamar Jackson. Defense tailored to one Lamar Jackson. I could go on and on and on and on. I'm sorry. So you go get as your backup the least athletic quarterback in free agency as a backup? What? Somebody got to make this make sense to me. Cooper Rush is a sitting duck in the pocket. If you run the read option with Cooper Rush, you don't fool nobody because nobody believes he's going to hand. No one believes he's going to keep it. And if he keeps it, no one is afraid. They can go after the running back and turn around and go after him and still get him for a 2 or 3 yard loss. Doesn't have a strong arm. And we got to admit it, he doesn't have a strong arm. And even the accuracy thing, he's not accurate. Not beyond 10 yards. Troy Aikman talked about it. He talked about it during the season. If you can't throw the ball beyond 10 yards, you're not beating teams. Explain this to me. You chose Cooper Rush over Jameis Winston? You chose Cooper Rush. I would have went and got Justin Fields first. Even though now he's with the Jets. How in the world does this make sense that you go get a backup quarterback who is the total opposite of the quarterback you have starting? Y'all can tell me anything you want to. If I was the Baltimore Ravens, I'd have went and got Trey Lance before I got Cooper Rush. At least he fits more or resembles Lamar Jackson more than Cooper Rush and could probably come in and do some of the same things because if he comes in, you don't have to change the offense. If Cooper Rush comes in, you totally close the Lamar Jackson playbook. The Lamar Jackson playbook totally closes. If Lamar Jackson gets hurt and Cooper Rush comes in, you can forget it. If you're going down the field in your offense with Lamar Jackson hurt, it's over. Your season is done with Cooper Rush because he is a liability anytime he throws the ball past 10 yards. I do not understand this one. I don't understand it. This makes no sense to me. How is Cooper Rush the replacement or the backup quarterback? Somebody explain it to me. Y'all tell me in the comments. Explain to me how Cooper Rush is the backup quarterback for Lamar Jackson. Please explain it to me. Let me go to the comments here. Let me see where I want to stop here. Y'all explain this to me in the comments because I'm just telling you, I'm at a loss on this. I'm at a loss. I don't understand it. This is crazy to me. Niecy, tell me if you're talking about this thing with Cooper Rush. Tell me. I do not understand this. I don't understand this at all. Top Gun of Peace, G. He said I can see Baltimore going to the Super Bowl next season. Wouldn't it be crazy if he won the chip? It wouldn't shock me if the Baltimore Ravens did go to the Super Bowl, but I do think I think that the Buffalo Bills got way, way, way stronger than the Baltimore Ravens, and we're probably going to see Lamar Jackson one and done in the playoffs again. And I don't even know if he'll get the one and done this time. Big Cloud said it comes down to the now or the future for the Cowboys. I'm definitely taking Dallas is setting up for the future. Big Cloud, me too. And I don't think Keenan Allen fits into that. I don't think he fits into it. Kevin Edwards. Apparently the Ravens think Rush's performance was amazing. Kevin, explain it to me. You change your whole playbook if Cooper Rush comes in. The whole playbook changes. You literally got to turn to an entirely different playbook. Nothing can be the same if Cooper Rush is the quarterback. Nothing can be the same. Man, I'm so lost on this one. I don't know what to do. I'm happy for Cooper Rush getting his money because he wasn't getting it in Dallas, and I'm glad they did not give him no doggone up to $12 million. No. There are other options. I don't understand this one. This is insane to me. Oh, man, Allen at his age is way better than Tolbert. Skull unknown. Allen at his age is probably better than, what, 70% of the wide receivers out there? Keenan Allen could easily be a 2 on some of these teams in the NFL, including the Cowboys. Keenan Allen could easily be a 2 anywhere. I think the Buffalo Bills are going to try to bring him in. That's what the talk has been. Aaron Wesley, explain it to me. And let's put it like this. Man, put the pay to the side. I'm glad he got his money. The Baltimore Ravens? He's the total opposite of the starter you have. He's the total opposite. I just think Trey Lance would have made more sense. He much more resembles your starting quarterback. I don't understand the Cooper Rush thing. I don't understand the Cooper Rush thing. D-Block 88, I'm with you. Man, get your money. You know how I feel. I'm not pocket watching. The money thing, even though it's crazy to me, the money thing is not what I'm tripping on. What I'm tripping on is the Baltimore Ravens. Minnesota Vikings. Okay, don't shock me. Detroit Lions. Okay, Jared Goff. Don't shock me. Buffalo Bills. I'm floored. Baltimore Ravens. I'm losing my mind. Kansas City Chiefs. Ain't no way. But if you're talking about teams that have pocket passing quarterbacks, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I wouldn't have been shocked had the New York Giants brought him in. I wouldn't have been shocked. I wouldn't even be shocked if the Raiders brought him in. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, I could go down the line of teams that I wouldn't be shocked, but there are teams that I am absolutely shocked. Man, I could even stretch this and say if they called him to the Cincinnati Bengals to back up Joe Burrow, I could at least say, okay, I could maybe see it. You're backing up Lamar Jackson? What? I don't understand it. You know what? I guess they're just banking and praying that this man don't get hurt. I guess that's all they're banking on, that he doesn't get hurt. Because there is no way the Baltimore Ravens can tell me that if this dude comes in as the backup quarterback, I wasn't even confident with this dude being the backup quarterback for the Cowboys, let alone. Now, and the reason why I say this, has anyone seen what has happened to Lamar Jackson in now 2 playoff games? In the 2 playoff games that he lost, 2023 and 2024, does anybody notice what happens when you convert the Baltimore Ravens into a throwing offense? Has anybody ever noticed what happens? They get beat. Lamar Jackson is a way better passer than Cooper Rush. The drop-off, I'm not even talking about the running. The drop-off in the passing game, Cooper Rush versus Lamar Jackson. We're talking a cliff. A mountain. Hey, Cooper Rush, get your bag. But it's crazy to me that a team like this would pick him. I don't even get it. Hey, Rashad, think about it. You said Tobin had Cooper Rush thrown to him in the second half of the season. Cooper Rush couldn't even get the ball. Cooper Rush couldn't even get the ball to he couldn't even get the ball to Jonathan Mingo. Couldn't even get it to him. I don't understand it. This is absolute baffling to me. Oh, Jigga Man, that part too. Yeah, let's mention that part. Jigga Man said, no, it was over for Rush when they didn't let him get those incentives on the percent of the games last year. He couldn't get that 500,000. Jigga Man. Man, let me tell you something. I wanted to see Trey Lance play. But, boy, I felt bad for this man. Hey, Jigga Man, I had said on the channel, I said the Joneses should still give him the money. And Jerry, well, we didn't even know he was up for the bonus. Jerry, stopped it. We heard you talk about it on the radio the week before. They literally asked you, Jerry, the week before the game about Cooper Rush's incentive, and you said you didn't know. Stop it, Jerry. Oh, yeah, Cooper was done then, too. I agree with you. Cooper was done. Rashad, you're right. He's a turnover machine. But you know what surprised me, Rashad? Why not get Justin Fields when he was out there? Why not get Justin Fields? Even though Justin Fields got the bag now, he's going to be a starting quarterback. Skull Unknown. Now, I didn't hear this about Cooper Rush, but I did hear they tried with Trey Lance, and Trey Lance is the one that turned them down. But, yeah, they're going to draft the quarterback, and I think it's going to be the quarterback. I hope it's not the Ewers kid. I'm sorry. I don't even watch college football, but I watched this dude at Texas, and I'm sorry, I was not impressed. I would much rather them go get the kid from Alabama. Kenneth Richardson said, Fields suck. Kelvin, I'm the same way. I would have got Trey Lance just because he fits what they do more. The best moves this free agency so far is not signing Najee Harris and not signing Cooper Rush. I'm with you. I was getting worried he was going to sign Cooper Rush. Good riddance. They could go kick rocks. Yeah, I was glad too. I was glad. That's why I gave when the Cowboys on losing Cooper Rush. If A is the worst score and F is the if F is the worst score and A is the best score, hey, he was no loss to the Cowboys. No loss. Angie, I thought so too. I thought they should have brought in Jameis Winston and just talked to him. Robert Simmons. The Cowboys can probably get Trey Lance now back on chicken feed. Nobody wants Trey Lance for nothing but a third. And again, this league will tear you, eat you up, and throw you away. Yeah, they tried to sign him, Skull Unknown. He turned him down. But now that he's turned him down and he done circled the block, when you come back after you circle the block, now it's less. Now it is less. Yeah, Jameis is going to wind up being somebody's backup. Niecy said if Lamar goes... I'm sorry, Niecy. I had to laugh before I even read what you said. Niecy said if Lamar goes down and Rush is 8 in the backfield, he'd ran for 3,000 yards season. Wait. Hey, Deezy, you ain't lying. Deezy, because he will be the total offense. I'm telling you, boy, this dude, hey, man. Hey, Sister Deezy, Derrick Henry is going to be the total offense. Angie, he bet on himself. He bet on himself, and I guess he still is. But from what I can tell, nobody wants to bring him in except for nothing but a third, the emergency quarterback. D Block 88, I'm with you. It's going to have to be two different playbooks. You literally have to close the Lamar Jackson playbook for Cooper Rush. You have to close the book. Kevin said they will find out who Rush is during training camp, just like the Giants found out and cut him. Hey, Kevin, but they've committed to way more money. But again, I want to see the breakdown of the contract. I got a strange feeling that this contract, up to $12 million, I got a strange feeling this contract is more around $4 to $5 million. That's what I think it is. Yeah, if Lance isn't back, you already know they're looking to draft a quarterback in the later rounds. They are. Because if they wanted Lance, they'd probably go ahead and get him now. Yeah, hallelujah. He turned him down, but now we're going to see what happened because nobody wanted him. Oh, man, D-Block, boy, you held a... Man, especially in that division. Boy, that boy is done. Boy, they better hope this man don't get hurt. Top Gunner, there it is. He don't have to do anything if Lamar's healthy. He got a chance of stealing a Super Bowl ring as a backup, which is crazy in itself. Yes, sir. And he'll just be a one in a list of long ladder players who left the Cowboys and got a Super Bowl. Gee, we can't explain that we're just as lost as you are. Angie, when I saw that the Baltimore Ravens had signed Cooper Rush, I said, so Cooper Rush can get signed. Keenan Allen is still out here. Asante Samuel is still out here. I mean, there are many players that are still out here, and you telling me Cooper Rush is signed? I don't understand it. The blue one, he said, I can't. He said, I'm just as lost as you are. Louise, he said, how do you scheme a GM plan for opposite end of the spectrum quarterback? Lou, I don't understand this, man. I'm lost on this one. Big Cloud said absolutely no sense. Been thinking that since it happened. Somebody must have do somebody. I'm with you. I don't understand it. And I can't believe nobody's talked about this. Oh, Sexy Sue. She said, gee, honestly, it's simple. No upstaging QB1. Hey, that's the only thing that makes sense. That's the only thing that makes sense. Angie said, well, Rush decent at handling the ball. She said he decent at handling the ball off. Kevin said, I'm not the Ravens, G. He said, I'm not a Rush fan. Kevin, I don't understand this. It don't make sense to me. Louise, wait a minute. He said it happened with Foles and Wentz, same situation. How did that work out? Louise, I can't understand it. I can't. I get what you're saying, but I can't. Chanel said, G, Philly took who I wanted 1 year, $4 million. I don't see guaranteed money yet. Aziz, oh, wow. Wow. Boy, the rich get richer. Chanel, the rich gets richer. Rob, what's up? Wow. Wow. The rich get richer. I see you on what you said, Louise. I see you. Quinn said, we had starters hurt all over the place last year. Man. Robert, man, I'm with you. Rush don't fit anything Baltimore does. It don't make sense to me at all. It's mind-boggling. Man, that's all I can tell y'all. D-Block, I'm with you again. Different playbook. Skull Unknown said everybody saying Lance planning on not returning, figures Dallas want a cheap backup, time to draft a quarterback. Yeah, he turned them down. They went to him for a deal. He turned them down. Top Gunner said it's not hard for him to hand the ball off. That's all I can tell you. D-Block said, gee, you got me cracking up, man. I'm over here laughing myself. I do not understand this. And I'm like, I'm just tripping on how people just, they said, yeah, the Baltimore Ravens got Cooper Rush. And nobody said nothing? Man, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen a backup quarterback be this opposite of the starter when you got a chance. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But again, Cooper Rush, I'm glad you got your money, bro. Hey, D Block 88. The Baltimore Ravens made the same mistake. The Baltimore Ravens made the mistake against the Buffalo Bills. And then the Buffalo Bills made the same mistake the Baltimore Ravens made against them. I still don't understand why the Baltimore Ravens stopped running the ball against the Buffalo Bills. I don't understand why the Buffalo Bills stopped running the ball against the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't understand it. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Angie, I'm telling you, hey. Man, this is comedy to me, boy. This is comedy to me. We're going to move on. Let's look at a couple of interviews. Looking around the NFL news. And then I want to close us out this evening. Boy, I want to close us out with this doggone Michael Irvin and Drew Pearson thing. Woo! Boy, they all about to drop some absolute dimes. I did a video on this already. It's out there being showed. Some of you may have watched it already. We're going to go a little bit more in depth. We're going to actually go a little bit more in depth on the video that I've already released. But, man, I am telling y'all, boy, I'm telling you, Michael Irvin and Drew Pearson, they going to drop dimes. I mean dimes. Dylan Gabriel, best non-first round quarterback. I think it's going to be the kid from Alabama. I think the Cowboys are going to get the kid from Alabama. The Cowboys, to me, seem to be looking for another running quarterback. They remember what Dak Prescott was when he came to the Cowboys. That was one of the biggest. Dak used to kill teams before that foot injury. Dak used to kill teams on the ground. And I think the Cowboys will be looking for another ground game quarterback. And I'm going to tell you, another reason why the Cowboys are going to probably get the kid from Alabama if he's out there. I think they have visions of sugar plums dancing in their head. I think they're thinking another Jalen Hurts. I think the Cowboys are looking at the quarterback from Alabama, and I believe they're thinking in their minds another Jalen Hurts. I do. And that kid from Alabama, I'm just going to tell you, I think he's a little bit overrated. I mean, not overrated. I think he's a little bit underrated. But again, I think the Cowboys want a quarterback that can run. I do. I think they want a quarterback that can run. Chanel, he said, G, you said something that most people don't realize is a big problem for the Dallas Cowboys. They have always had top-heavy issues. He said, dang, G, you saw behind the Cowboys screen. Hey, Chanel, they've always been top-heavy. When I hear 9 Pro Bowl players, Colin Cowherd, the Cowboys got 9 Pro Bowl players, and they can't win a playoff game. The problem is Dak Prescott. That's his favorite go-back to. The problem is Dak Prescott. How do you not get to the playoffs with 9 Pro Bowl players? Easy. You're top-heavy. There's nothing beyond the Pro Bowl players. And when the other players on your team are so below the Pro Bowl players on your team, the Pro Bowl players on your team are the ones who are making most of the plays because the guys below them can't help them. Watch what I tell you. I will not be shocked if Micah Parsons this season. I will not be shocked if Micah Parsons gets a huge contract and dips in sacks. I will not be surprised. Not because his ability is going to drop. I will not be surprised if his sacks drop because now they're going to have more players on the defensive line who are going to be capable of getting to the quarterback too. Also, Odigizua and Solomon Thomas on the field at the same time with Dante Fowler, they're going to be different. On passing downs, Dante Fowler, Solomon Thomas, Oso Digizua, Micah Parsons. I will not be surprised if there is a player on this team that'll have more sacks than Micah Parsons. I won't. Because I'm pretty sure teams are going to start out with their same old. Okay, first, let's double team Micah Parsons. The other ones can't get there, and watch what's going to happen. The other ones are going to get there. I'm telling you, this team is going to look different, and we don't even know who they may even get in the draft. Yeah, Trey Lance he gonna bet on himself. Angie, yeah, she said it's a shame. Nisha said when you're top heavy, you have back problems. You're right. You easy to tip over. And the Cowboys have always been top heavy. They have been. Aaron Wesley, yes, sir. That doggone Colin Cowherd. I'm telling you. Lexington said get rid of that game day 98 offense. Yes, yes, yes. Angie, what did you think about my Colin Cowherd impersonation? The dude said, I'd rather find a quarterback from a small school with a chip on his shoulder. I think the dude from Alabama got a chip on his shoulder. I do. Oh, Angie, and don't let me forget Sam Williams. Angie, if we can stop Sam Williams from flipping over his Lamborghinis and cars, he's going to be great. Sexy Sue said, I'm with you on that, G. Yeah, I'm telling you. We have finally got ourselves to the point that we're not so top heavy. We've built depth in free agency, and people ought to be applauding it. They're sitting up here crying because we hadn't got Keenan Allen. No, we got depth. I'm glad. I love everything the Cowboys have done. We finally got depth. Now let's go in this doggone draft and get these first and second round skill positions. Let's go do it. And then let's see what's left when we get down to the preseason cuts. And then let's not be afraid to do something at the trade deadline. The Cowboys have got to play in all three areas. The Cowboys are not done this season. They're not done with player acquisitions. And this is one of the reasons why people need to understand something about the money. The money wasn't just about free agency. The money is about total player acquisition. It is. All right, guys, let's watch a couple interviews. We'll look at a little bit of NFL news. Some of y'all have already bought up some of the NFL news. We'll look at a couple of signings. And then we're going to close out with Michael Irvin and Drew Pearson. I've seen where people have talked about talked about Michael Irvin. But some people have not talked about Drew Pearson. Drew Pearson is going to drop a dime on us. I'm telling us. All right, here, let's go to DallasCowboys.com. We won't look at all of them. They got quite a few of them on here. The one that I'm interested in, I want to listen to the one with Jack Sanborn, Tommy Yarish, but more so Jack Sanborn, Peyton Turner, and Dante Fowler. These are the three I want to take a listen to. Let's go to Jack Sanborn. KC, what's going on? Colin is trash and so are the networks, no doubt. Dak loses and he chokes. The fan favorite chokes and they need more help. It's amazing to me how much help Josh Allen needs now. And how in the first round chosen one need more help than Dak. Make it make sense, KC. Make it make sense. All right, let's listen to the Jack Sanborn interview. Man, I'm excited about this guy right here. I'm telling you, the Cowboys, I think they got him I think the Cowboys got this dude on a steal. I'm telling you, man, y'all go and find some of them Chicago content creators. Boy, Jack Sanborn, they were so mad that the Bears didn't tender him. Boy, they were furious. They were literally furious that the Bears didn't tender this man. All right, let's get this man up here on the screen.
Backer Jack Sanborn. Jack, welcome to Dallas. You've been from Lake Zurich to Wisconsin, then back in Chicago, and now you head down south into much warmer climate. What's it like to be in the sun a little bit more, but more importantly, being a Dallas Cowboy?
I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited about what Coach Schottenheimer and everyone in this building is creating here in Dallas. And I'm excited to be a part of it. And it is wild to finally, I guess, get down south from the cold. So I am looking forward to just the weather and how it is and everything. But no, couldn't be more pumped up and couldn't be more excited to get on this journey in Dallas.
You started your first 3 years with the Bears. You were undrafted. You worked your way onto the roster. What did you learn during that time period about yourself as a player, and how are you looking to bring that down here with you to Dallas?
Just continue to work, be confident. And, I mean, there's so much work that goes into it, so much work not only on yourself, but then collaborating with so many people, and so many things have to come together for you to go out there and win on Sundays. And I can't be more excited to be here and get going on that goal with this group.
You weren't the only person to come down here from Chicago. Matt Eberflus, Dave Borgonzi came alongside with you. What's your relationship been like with them the last 3 years in Chicago, and how excited are you to keep on working with them here in Dallas?
Good. I mean, both are great coaches, and both are great defensive minds, and I think that is one thing that stood out for me with my time in Chicago, and just at the same time, both just great people and people that you want to play for, and two people that kind of get the best out of me, I think. And I really enjoyed working with them. I'm excited to work with them some more, and have a great defense here.
Speaking of that defense, your teammates in the past couple of days have talked about how Matt Eberflus is one that flies to the ball. Attack is a word that's been used a lot. How do you see yourself fitting into that scheme with a familiar coach like Matt Eberflus?
Yeah, I think being aggressive. One of the big things is he wants to stop the run, and I think being aggressive, being physical, flying around to the football, tackling well, and then try to get we got to get the football and take it away from opposing offenses, and that's something that he harps on, something that he wants to get accomplished, and that's why we're all here to do that together. So then when the time comes in September, we use this time to work all together to get it done, and when we get going, when it really matters.
We mentioned you're a Wisconsin Badger, and now one of your new teammates, Jake Ferguson, you get to reunite with him as well. How excited are you to be back there with the fellow guy? You wore a W on your helmet before, now it's a star.
Oh, pumped up. I mean, yeah, I was with him for 3 years there, and it's been awesome to see from afar, what he's done here in Dallas so far, and I'm excited to see where he goes, not only next year, but continuing with his career, and just all the great things he can continue to do in Dallas. But great guy, great teammate, great player. So definitely pumped up to see him again.
Jack Sanborn, newest Cowboys linebacker. Congratulations. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Yes.
However you book. First check.
That is, I'm telling you, man, this dude here is going to be crazy for us, I believe. And I don't know if many of us have heard this, but people are saying that Matt Eberflus is the linebacker whisperer. He's the linebacker whisperer. And that's one of the reasons why this kid developed so good as an undrafted free agent. So at the end of the day, he's only going to get better. I mean, he is only going to get better now that he's going to be with Matt Eberflus the second time. He's going to know the system. He's going to come in. He's going to be right on top of it. And, Angie, you mentioned something earlier that I think is very interesting about the Cowboys that people don't understand. I actually forgot myself, but the Cowboys actually did draft pretty good the last couple of years. We're waiting to see what in the world Sam Williams is going to be. And if Sam Williams can finally get healthy, I think Sam Williams is going to really help this defense. Another player that I believe another one of the reasons why I do not think we're going to miss DeMarcus Lawrence. The writing was already on the wall for DeMarcus Lawrence, and his name is, I think, Nealand. They drafted Nealand to be the DeMarcus Lawrence replacement, and he flashed a little bit last year. So once we get these players back, man, people do not understand how strong the Cowboys are actually going to be on defense with the depth that they brought in and with the players they have coming back from injury, plus what we're going to do in free agency. Man, the Cowboys should look pretty doggone good. And not only should they look really good, I like how young they're getting. The Cowboys are getting younger. They are. They are getting absolutely younger, and I'm excited about it. All right, let's listen to a couple more. And hold on a second. There was a comment in here I wanted to read. Let me see. Angie said, she said, you do the Colin Cowherd impression again. She said, I can judge it correctly. I'm not that good at it anyway. Hey, Nick Burton, what's going on? Oh, okay, yeah, it was this one right here. Hey, Gregory Davis, I appreciate this. He said, the question is, will the Cowboys extend Micah? Yes. Will the Cowboys, he said, will the Cowboys, Stephen Jones, pay Micah top-paid non-quarterback money? Yes. Do the Cowboys want to have 3 players at the top of the market? Yes. The only answer that makes sense to me, Gregory Davis, is yes. The Cowboys have had 3 opportunities to get Micah Parsons below $35 million. When he first talked about it during the season, when he talked about it after the season, when he talked about it before Max Crosby, even after Max Crosby, they still could have got him below $40 million. What do? They go and let the guy from the Raiders sign his deal, and now the Cowboys are going to be over $40 million unless Micah Parsons gives the Cowboys the deal of the century. Nick Burton, yeah, he's going to be good. I love the linebacking core. Louise, he said, if we're going after cornerback 3rd and the 4th, if we move up, I want Porter. Yeah, I think they're going to move up. I do. I think they're going to find a way to move up. Skull Unknown, he said, if you think Dak's accuracy is bad, look at Miro overthrowing in the combine. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. We're going to see, though. Yeah, I get you. He looks like LVE. Yeah. Bama Boy, what's going on? Good to see you. Hey, David Bama Boy, he said, man, Skull Unknown, he said he disagreed with you. He said Jalen Milroe, roll tide. I think the Cowboys want him. I think they want to try and see if they can develop him. Nick Burston, you just said something I said before. Cowboys got guys who want to play for them. And they got guys who are hungry to play. This is exactly what they've done, and I love it. I love it. Yeah. Sean Lee 2.0. Hey, he going to be good for us. I'm telling you. I'm excited about Jack Sanborn. He was one of the deals of free agency for us. Robert M31, he said, not impressed with Milroe. I will not be surprised if Cowboys get him. Because, again, contrary to popular belief, I just don't think the Cowboys are trying to, he has a Leighton Vander Esch neck. Yeah, hopefully it's not, thankfully it's not like Leighton Vander Esch's neck, because Leighton Vander Esch was hurt when he came in. Y'all do know we drafted Leighton Vander Esch and he was already having neck issues. We already knew he was having neck issues. That's why we got him. That's how we got him and got him cheap. Yeah, Rashad, we're not going to miss D-Law. No. Nealon should be a great replacement for him. Yeah, Angie, I'm telling you, Nealon, if we get a full season out of Nealon, he can be great. Yeah, Damon Bama Boy, Jack Sanborn, the same Wisconsin player that had a concussion against my Bama boys. He was Stop it, Bama Boy. You know Alabama be having pro-grade players playing for them. Man, they be having them pro-grade players, man. Straight up. Top Gunner said maybe Sanborn can help Ferguson get back to playing like, hey, man, if he don't, the Cowboys need to be on the lookout for a tight end in this next go-round. Freddie from El Paso, what's going on? Top Gunner. Yeah, Ferguson is off track, man. Maybe Dak will help him get back on track, too. But he is definitely off the track. Richard Owens, what's up? All we need is 53 hungry men that are ready to show the world that they are not a bust. Hey, you know what's crazy? Richard, have you noticed that these players keep echoing Brian Schottenheimer? Man, this dude got a way of getting into people's head, man. This dude got a way of getting in people's head. I'm telling you. D Block said he hope we get him. He's talking about Milrose, I think. I'm just telling us. This defense is going to be violent, true Cowboy. I don't think people understand how great this defense is going to be. Let me tell you, get ready now. Matt Eberflus in 3 years will be a head coach again. Matt Eberflus in 3 years will be a head coach again. I have a feeling that Matt Eberflus is going to come in and make this defense so good. I'm telling you, 3 years, this dude will be a coach again. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Speculation on this part. I just think he's going to have him off the chain. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this dude, if you're talking about Sanborn, he's going to be great, Top Gun. I'm telling you. Nick Burson said he thinks Javonte Williams is going to make a great comeback. Okay, we're going to see. Because the Cowboys definitely giving him his opportunity. They're giving him his opportunity. Angie, yes. Physicality, this defense is going to be crazy. Handle the truth. We drafted Damone Clark at number 33 and had to wait for him 1 year after his spinal fuse surgery. Hey, Chanel. Man, Damone Clark better do something this year. Damone Clark might be done with the Cowboys. Unfortunately, Chanel, if everything go right with him, we won't see the success of him. He'll be somewhere else. Hey, Rashad, I don't think nobody want. I think some of these players didn't want to play for Mike McCarthy. I don't. Lexington got me rolling up in here. He said no more going after players like a Timu Dexter Coakley. Boy, he got me rolling. The dude, he said, imagine this defense if you got your wish and they move Parsons to linebacker. The linebacker line up stopping the run would be legit. Oh, man. The dude, man, I so bad want them to move Michael Parsons to linebacker. I do. And hey, the dude, check this out. And I'm hoping that Michael Parsons is open to this. What if they don't move him to linebacker permanently? How about change it up in the games? Depending upon certain situations. Maybe you line him up at DN, then you line him up at linebacker. They don't know where he's coming from. But let him be that versatile, rather than just lining him up on the left side and letting him run at the quarterback. Gregory Davis, he says, I'm going back to the 70s linebacker comparison. Jack Sanborn remind me of Jack Ham a little. Okay, I see you. Yeah. And the Cowboys back in the day, man, they've been on a slump here as of the last few years. Man, the Cowboys have always had great linebackers. They have. All right, let's listen to this. Let's listen to Peyton Turner, who Brian Broadus just straight up dissed. I caught that sneak diss. I don't even know if it was a sneak diss. This man straight up dissed on Turner.
Frisco Kyle Yeomans of DallasCowboys.com, with one of the newest Dallas Cowboys, Peyton Turner, edge rusher out of free agency and a Lone Star State product out of Houston, coming back home to play now for the Dallas Cowboys. What's it like being back in Texas, and why is Dallas the right fit for you?
I'm excited, man. 4 hours up the road down in Houston, so just being back home is a good feeling. Got me excited, so I'm excited about being here in Dallas. Fresh start for them, fresh start for me, right? So I'm just ready to get to it.
What's it like been walking around the Star, getting the chance to meet some of your teammates and some of your future coaches as well? What's that whole process been like for you? It's been good. Good energy, good buzz around the whole facility. This facility's huge too, so I mean, a little different than New Orleans, but I'm excited to get to it. Coaches have been great. Just getting to know how they see my role, how they see the defense, how they see the culture and the environment. It's been exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Now, former first-round pick out of the University of Houston, you've been around the NFL for a couple years now. What are some of the things you can bring to the table that this Dallas defense is going to utilize? Athleticism. I think everybody, it looks like on the front is just a lot of athletes. Obviously you got Micah, Osa, just like the whole front seven. I'm excited to get to work with them and. But for me personally, I just think I bring high effort, physical brand of football, and then I got to get to the quarterback. So that's what I plan to do when I get here. You mentioned Micah and Osa. What's it going to be like playing next to those guys? Have you gotten a chance to talk to either one of them? Yeah, so they both came out my year too. So I'm going to talk to Osa a little bit coming out. Micah not as much yet. Haven't just got here today, right? So. I'm excited to play with them, though. Know a lot of attention is going to be on them, so get to get mine. What are the conversations with you and Coach Eberflus like on that defensive side? How's he expecting to utilize you this year? Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of athletes that can go, a lot of big guys that can play football. So I'm excited that they attack front at the end. So just letting us cut loose and play to our athleticism and just putting us in position to be successful. Peyton Turner back in the Lone Star State, playing for the Dallas Cowboys this year.
Now, I want you to remember what he just said. He said, because of the attention of those guys, he's going to be able to get his. I'm telling y'all, I will not be surprised if there is a player on the Dallas Cowboys team this year that gets more sacks than Michael Parsons. I will not be surprised. Because the way this defense is shaping up, if teams come out first and start saying we're going to stop Michael Parsons, they're probably going to be in for a rude awakening because the Cowboys are going to be able to get there other ways other than Michael Parsons this year. And I will not be surprised if early on there'll be a couple of these players that rack up a few sacks just by the element of surprise of people not understanding just how good the defense for the Cowboys is going to be. Chanel, move Parsons around according to distance and down. I'm telling you, I think they need to make it more versatile. I think it should be, hey, we're going to play you at linebacker sometimes. Doesn't mean we're going to play you there 50%, 70%, but I think they need to make it more versatile. Because sometimes he gets caught up in on the line on some of the bigger tackles, some of the double teams, some of the chip plays. He's easier to knock around. I think they're going to have to be very smart. Maybe you put him in the at linebacker doing some of the run downs, put him at defensive end on the pass rushing downs. I would let him rush the passer from the defensive end. I'd let him rush the passer from the linebacker. And Matt Eberflus, and I quote, the only thing he said about Michael Parsons is he's going to rush the passer. We're going to have him rushing the passer. I want to see what that means. Sean M., what's going on? I want to see what that means. So, yes, going on. At least some. At least some. Joe knows. What's up? Freddie Morales, I like what you're saying. We're going to get to this at the end. He said, if you saw that there were problems in how the Cowboys did things, why didn't you as a team captain stand up and say something? You wait till you're in Seattle. Now, I'll tell you this, though, Freddie. I think there was a rift in the locker room. And who's to say he didn't say something to Michael Parsons? I think there might have been a rift, but I think the issue is, too, they didn't like each other. They didn't like each other. Michael Parsons wanted to be the leader. DeMarcus Lawrence thought he was the leader. DeMarcus Lawrence had that hot boys thing going on. I just don't think they liked each other. And it was and Michael Parsons said it. There was an imbalance between the young and the old. What's an imbalance? I don't even understand what that means. The Big Cloud, the versatility of the defense, yes. It's going to be something we haven't seen in a long time. For sure. For sure. Whoa, man. David Irving. Man, when David Irving was on, man. Woo! David Irving, when he was on, he was on. DeMarcus Lawrence things were hunky-dory as long as Jerry was signing over those 6 or 7 figures checks. Man, Tank, shut your mouth and stop acting like you're hurt. Yeah, he's I think he got a little bit upset because he could feel how Michael was trying to take the leadership from him, and that hot boys thing started to dissipate. True Cowboy, best linebacker group in the NFL. I mean, it's looking pretty good. Nick Burton still need that big bag of dirt in the middle. Yeah, I think they're going to try to get that in the draft. I think they will get another DT in the draft for sure. D-Block said he hated that hot boys thing. Dro knows, I wish we would have hired a 3-4 defense coordinator. Man, Dro knows, man, those 3-4 defenses, man, while they're good, boy, they're hard to maintain. Having 4 really good linebackers, whoo, that's tough. That is tough business right there. And those guys who play that 3-4, man, them jokers got to be straight up athletes, covering the pass, stopping the run. I mean, it's a great defense, don't get me wrong. I think we tried to run it here one time before we wound up, we just couldn't pull it off long term. Yeah, that 3-4 is nice. All right, let's listen to Mr. Dante Fowler. This is one of the best pickups that we got. Aaron Wesley, I'm going to point something out. I think they were both jealous of each other. I think they were both jealous of each other from different perspectives. I think that he was jealous of Michael Parsons' ability, notoriety that he started getting, the attention, and I also think I don't think he liked Michael Parsons' style overall. I don't think he liked his style overall. But I also think from the Michael Parsons perspective, there was some envy there too. Because Michael Parsons wants to be the leader of the defense. He wants to be the leader of the team. It's not happening. But he wants to be the leader of the defense. And DeMarcus Lawrence represented impedance. Somebody that's in the path of his progress to greatness. I think they both had some issues with each other. I don't think it's a one-sided thing. And I'm gonna show you how Drew Pearson and Michael Irvin, they're gonna shed some light on this. We're gonna get to that in just a moment. We're gonna knock this last one out, and then we're gonna just go over quickly over the NFL news, and then we're going to the end. We're gonna get to this thing with Michael Irvin and Drew Pearson. And I thought what Drew Pearson said was really powerful. Top Gunner said, I'm starting to believe Michael doesn't want to play linebacker, but he can really help out at the position. Sideline to sideline speed, he can plug up some holes in the middle. He can. We're going to see what's happening, though. Keedy Boy, I was hoping that the Cowboys signed a veteran D tackle. Yeah. And who's to say they won't? I think there's still a couple of them out there. He said, but I like that we've done so far. The defense is going to be really, really good. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Lexington said Michael Parsons will be like, they'll fear him just as they did in the movie Steven Seagal. Okay, we're going to see. All right, so let's look at this thing with Dante Fowler. And then we're going to go to NFL news. And then we're going to look at this thing with the 88 Speak.
The Dallas Cowboys has spun the block on one of the better pass rushers in the Dallas Cowboys organization from a couple of years ago, Dante Fowler. Welcome back, man. How good does it feel?
Man, it feels amazing to be back, man. I'm definitely happy to be here in Dallas. Ready to get going with the guys for sure.
I call your last season in 2024, your I'm Still Here year because, you were more of a rotational piece, 2022, 2023 in Dallas. But when you went to Washington, DQ was able to get the best out of you in terms of sacks specifically. How big was that year for you in terms of that production?
It was pretty big, just to be able to go out there and, still go out there and just like you say, show the people that I'm still here and be able to produce at a high level. I felt really confident going in this season, especially with these past 2 years, getting to work from Coach AD and Micah and D-Law with the D-Line group that we had. I definitely took a lot of that and learned a lot from these past couple years and took that to Washington and, just put it all out there and just let my work, show for itself. I was able to get double-digit sacks and stuff like that with, some more reps that I was able to play this year. But it definitely worked out in a good way, and I'm happy to be back now.
What can you take from what you learned in Washington and bring it back here to Dallas?
Just being a vet, definitely matured a lot in that way. I'm getting up there now, so just being a vet, being that vet that can, lead on the young guys, lead by a good way, try to develop them in a good way, lead by a good example and things like that. And, just going out there, setting the tone for my defense and, getting wins and, sacking the quarterback.
What's something that you feel Matt Eberflus can get out of you that no other defensive coordinator has been able to get out of?
He can get a lot out of me, to be honest with you, just because, I still have a lot out there, to prove and, to put out there. So, I'm looking forward to playing in this defense, and I'm ready to go out there and lay it all on the line.
Like what you said there, you have a lot to prove. I saw a tweet on Twitter where you had said that, the disrespect, I can't take it no more. So just what are you looking to prove? What's left to prove for Dante Fowler?
Man, just keep showing guys that I'm one of those guys. I feel like I'm better than a lot of some of the guys out here. And, I'm just keep coming out there with that chip on my shoulder and, keep proving I love football. So I play this game for the love of my game. And every time I go out there, anytime I get an opportunity to play football, I'm going to leave it out there. Excuse my language.
It's all good. And you're also joining a defensive line with Sam Williams, who faced injuries as well last year. Michael Parsons, one of the best pass rushers alongside you on this defensive line. How good do you feel like this defensive line can be?
Man, I love this defense line. The sky's the limit. Shout out to Osa. Just being with him and seeing how hard he worked to where he's at now. I'm definitely excited to be with him again. Love, playing with Micah. I love him. He's one of my favorite players in the league. And, Sam, I've always been a big fan of Sam. I'm a huge fan of him. He's super talented, and he's working his tail off to get back this year, and I think this is going to be his best year yet. So, and all the other guys I was able to watch some of the guys you guys had last year, and you know, I'm super excited. You know, Overshown. So man, I'm definitely excited to be back in this defense and to help get this defense to be one of the top defenses in the league and to help the team get some wins.
Well, we can see the smile on your face is truly genuine. So I'm excited. I know you're excited. Best of luck to you this season.
Appreciate it. Go Cowboys.
Hey.
Yeah, that man Dante Fowler. That man Dante Fowler gonna be nice for the Cowboys. He got a chip on the shoulder. I got a couple of comments here. I'm sitting over here rolling watching the video. Edgy says she called the hot boys the hot girls. D Block 88 said it was like JT in the Flash and the 5 heartbeats. Boy, y'all got me rolling with this stuff, man. Yeah, I think everybody kind of got tired of them hot boys, man. They got tired of them hot boys. And he was one of the ringleaders of that hot boys thing. And Michael Parsons was like, enough of this hot boy stuff. And I want to show you something I was just looking at here. And again, I'm just telling you, man, if you look at the Dallas Cowboys team right now, there's something that sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm just telling us it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's the age. It's the age. The age of the players on this team. The Cowboys are getting younger. They're getting younger. There are very few players that are 30 and above. They're getting younger and younger and younger. The punter is 36. I mean, we know they can kick until they're 39 if the leg is good. Brandon Aubrey is 30. The Cowboys need to sign him. Look at all these rest of these players, guys. Look at this. Just go down the line on these guys. Offensive line and defensive line. Look at the age. Bass, 25. BB, 23. Bell, 26. Bland, 25. Booth, 24. Bostic, 26. Jalen Brooks, 24. Brown the fourth, 26. Josh Butler, 28. Campbell, 27. Kalen Carson, 23. I mean, look at the ages on these guys. Clark, 24. Malik Davis, 26. Denzel Jackson, 25. Diggs, 26. Elam, 23. Fant, 26. Ferguson, 26. Ryan Flanoy, 25. I mean, look at these dudes. Dante Fowler, one of the oldest guys on the team. CJ Goodwin, 35 years old. I mean, they're getting younger. This is what they're trying to do. They're getting younger. They're getting younger. And that's another reason why I would be shocked if they signed Keenan Allen. I won't be mad. I'll be shocked because if you look at what they're doing, man, this is a youth movement. This is a youth movement. Look at these players, man. Overshown, 24. Oso Digizua, 26. Kenneth Murray Jr., 26. Israel, 25. Jalen, Cropper, 23. Brock, these dudes are young. Man, Mingo, think about this. He's only 23. Leah Fau, 24. Lipke, 25. CeeDee Lamb, 25. Nealon, 23. I mean, these dudes are young. Super young. It's crazy. And I think this is one of the issues that was going on between DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons. I'm just telling us. We're about to jump into the NFL news. Let me read a couple more of your comments. Tank ruined his post-career opportunities by shooting that slug. I said it yesterday, Dro knows. Man, Jerry Jones can open a lot of doors for you after football. Big Cloud, the only bad moves in free agency was not signing. Yep, I agree. That was the bad move. They should have signed Michael Parsons earlier. And saving some money and not working something out earlier with Lewis. Yep. That's why I gave that move when we were looking at our free agency, Big Cloud. I gave J. Lou, that was an F. That was an absolute F minus. I mean, that was bad. They should have took care of that. Skull Unknown, Monster D-Line. Hey, man, they're going to be nice. They're going to be nice, Skull. They're going to be nice. I'm liking everything the Cowboys are doing. Blue Star said you better throw away that High Point change in the trash or go get your refund because that man said he was tired. I'm surprised he wasn't tired to sign that contract. Hey, man, I don't think they should have signed him back the last time they signed him. I don't think they should have signed him. That's just where I was. I was saying that back then. I would have been fine had they not be signed DeMarcus Lawrence. I would have been fine. Bama Boy, he said, hey, everybody, on Parsons' podcast, do they remember the Playmaker had a TV show as a Cowboy? Man, Michael Irvin brought that up. And we're going to listen to that in just a moment. When I listened to him today, I was shocked when he said that. Yes, sir. I'm telling this man, Dak is 31. Now, the dude, quarterbacks, we don't mind being a little bit earlier, but this is probably Dak's last hurrah. It is. It's probably Dak's last hurrah. This is going to be the last 4 years of Dak Prescott. I'm going to enjoy it, and I believe he's going to get him a chip on his way out. And I believe if Dak gets him a chip within the next three to 4 years, which I believe that he is, I believe that Dak's going to retire a Cowboy. I'll be shocked if he goes and plays somewhere else. Dak will be here until he's 35, I believe. Yeah, this defense is going to be talking about show me my opponent every week. They're going to be nasty. Yeah, they're going to be nasty. Hey, Lexington, I said the same thing. This entire team reminds me of the team that when Jimmy started getting that team to click, they went to the playoffs, and then the next year, they took off Super Bowl. I said the same thing. Yeah, Fowler is DQ only wanted Fowler off our roster, period. Think about it, G. Oh, yeah. He back now. That boy is going to go hard, man. Nick Burston, now you know, me and you know that ain't old. Me and you know 31 ain't old. These youngsters, 31 old. Man, them dudes be 20 years old talking about 31 old. Angie, you young. But these youngsters, man, they be running around talking about you in your 30s, you old. Solomon Jernigan, unequivocally, Dak is the leader. Unequivocally. All right, let's go to some NFL news. We've already talked about the NFL power rankings. These were absolutely comical. Let's go and see. We've already been updated on a couple of signings. I don't know if they're going to talk about them, but there have been a couple of signings. All right, looks like the Eagles extended Lane Johnson. Signs an extension through 2027, gets a $30 million extension. Somebody's got to tell me, how does Howard Roseman keep managing this cap? This man needs to have a class on how to manage the cap. This is what our man Chanel was telling us. Boy, I wanted the Cowboys to bring in Aziz. Doggone it, the Eagles done signed Aziz. The rich get richer. 1 year deal. The rich get richer. I think that was a pretty good pickup for the Eagles. I would have loved to get that pickup. Other than that, don't see anything really big. And I think everything is going to kind of slow down from here on out. The Cowboys will not surprise me. It will not surprise me if the Cowboys are pretty quiet until we get to free agency. I mean, not free agency, until we get to the NFL draft. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys are pretty quiet. I still do not understand what's the holdup on the Cowboys. If you know you're going to sign Michael Parsons, I don't understand why you don't go ahead and sign him. Just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, you need an NFL-ready backup for sure. I think the Cowboys should actually go get – I would actually rather the Cowboys go get a veteran quarterback simply because I don't want them to waste draft capital on a player that may possibly be standing on the sideline. No. Not draft capital. You need to get every player that can contribute to this team in this year and next. A backup quarterback, even if he comes in where you may get him, he may not even be – I mean, even if he's the backup, even though I think the Will Grier is probably going to be the backup, it can be argued that Will Grier actually beat out Cooper Rush. The year that Will Grier got cut, a lot of people thought Will Grier beat out Cooper Rush. Sean M., you said that Aziz is not a smart player. Angie said she called him Lance Booth. You talking about Trey Lance? David said, man, I'll take A-Rod as a backup quarterback. Oh, he ain't going to be nobody's backup. He's not holding no clipboard, but he'll be in early retirement until called upon. Yeah, it looks like he's going to the Vikings. Yeah, it looks like he's going to the Vikings. Lane looked human this year. Yeah. We need to double dip in wide receiver in the market. Lexington, I think they need to double dip in the draft. The draft is loaded with wide receivers. I'd double dip in there. Yeah, a veteran with start experience for QB2. That's where I am. I think they need to get a veteran quarterback. Bring in a veteran. Pure Gaming said, hey, Michael, we just lost to the rookie Packers 48-32, and you're in your podcast talking about the Cowboys, our Super Bowl team. Yeah, that's some of the stuff that I don't like right there. Bet no one picks Trey Lance. He'll be back. I wouldn't be surprised. All right, let's get to our last topic for tonight.
Yes! Here we go!
All right. So I'm only going to do a couple of parts in both of these interviews. But in both of these, there are pure dimes, 100% dropped. So the first one I want to go to is Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin says some very interesting things about the team chemistry. And I think he's right on point with this. And he's not letting off Michael Parsons for this either. I think I know he's blaming both of them from this perspective. Let me cue this up. Now, this is the part that I found to be one of the most significant things that Michael Irvin said. Y'all check this out.
I've heard times before, that there's something in the locker room with some of the guys on defense and Michael Parsons. And I would never have said anything about it because I thought that would have been a violation. But now that it's out in the open, we should address it. Michael said, oh, I think you're jealous. I absolutely think there was some of that in there from some of the things I've heard. And I understand that too. DeMarcus Law, D-Law was the man here. He was our guy. We were paying him the big money. And then here comes this young cat, Michael Parsons, and he wrecked house, took over the house. And right now, man, I see what we have lost here. I'm saddened. That I heard it was an issue with the guys on defense and Michael. I heard it was an issue.
Now, I want you to keep in mind something that he just said. He said he heard there was an issue with the guys and Michael Parsons. I want us to key in on this because people are missing this part. Some of these players do not like the stuff that Michael Parsons does off the field. This is what he's talking about. Now, he doesn't really harp on this as much, but again, notice what he said. Guys on the defense had a problem with Michael Parsons. I mentioned this earlier in the season when I did videos on Michael Parsons. We got to stop thinking that DeMarcus Lawrence is the only one thinking the way DeMarcus Lawrence is thinking. Sometimes there are other people thinking it, and they're just glad that somebody else said it. And so they're just going to sit back and let the person who say whatever they say, they're going to let that person take the brunt of the abuse. But I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence is the only one thinking like this. Just listen.
I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it. But now I do. And Key said that, right? Key said, well, as I'm watching the show, you know, why did they talk together before they got to this? Why wouldn't they talk together, you know, and he hoped that they would have talked together now. If they didn't talk together in the locker room, they're certainly not going to talk together now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, you missed something by whatever personal mess that you had keeping you two apart.
Now follow this. See, I want us to pull the emotion out for a moment. Let's pull the emotion out. Because too many times when these discussions are being had, people are taking sides. I'm just telling y'all for a moment, you've probably already taken a side. And a lot of people are taking Michael Parsons' side. I want you to hear, because even Michael Irvin, to me, is kind of leaning towards Michael Parsons' side towards the end. But the stuff that he's saying right here, because this is the stuff that I'm picking, this is the meat of the discussion. It's not just DeMarcus Lawrence's fault. This is what he's pointing out. It's their fault. It's their fault. And I mentioned this, I dropped a little breadcrumb on this if you didn't catch early on. The breadcrumb I dropped was Michael Parsons is a better pass rusher than DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence is a better run stopper than Michael Parsons. If they would have been truly working together, how much better could they have been? They balanced each other out in some respects. How much better could they have been had they been working together? A house divided cannot stand. Do y'all remember the statement that was made about this defense this year? Do y'all remember someone saying people are on defense playing hero ball? Let me ask you a question. See, we got to be honest with ourselves. Does Michael Parsons play within a defense? Or does Michael Parsons do his own thing on a defense? Answer me honestly. Answer me honestly. Does Michael Parsons play within a defense, or does he do his own thing on a defense? What does he do? Tell me what he does. See, Michael is hitting on something here, and I'm telling us these guys were not playing together. You want to know why they couldn't stop the run? They were not playing together. You want to know what Mike Zimmer's whole frustration was with this defense, especially early on? They were not playing together. They were not playing together. You want to know who really made this defense play together? You want to know when this defense really came together? It wasn't Michael Parsons. It was when DeMarion Overshown. When DeMarion Overshown stepped fully into the starting role, the defense began to gel. The defense began to gel with DeMarion Overshown because DeMarion Overshown plays within the system. And because he plays within the system, he makes other people play within the system. I'm telling you something. If DeMarion Overshown was healthy, he would already be the leader on this defense. DeMarion Overshown is the Black Sean Lee. If Demarion Overshown was healthy, Demarion Overshown would already be the leader on this defense, period, in the story, because the people on this defense, there is one player they all talked about how inspirational he was on the field, off the field, work ethic, practice, the way he just plays the game and approaches it. It is not Micah Parsons, Demarion Overshown. While these two, Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, while these two have been feuding, while people on that defense, I'm telling you, they took side. We talk about Malik Hooker. I promise you he's not the only one. Nope, he's not. Let me tell you about a person like Micah Parsons. Very strong personality. Micah Parsons is that person if you oppose, and if there are people who like him, they'll treat you a certain way because they say you don't like him, or if they see you side with DeMarcus Lawrence, they'll treat you a certain way too. I'm going to tell you how some people are. Some people will feel the exact same way as someone else, but they won't say a word because they don't want to be in it. My name is Bennett and I'm not in it. You're already in it because you're not saying nothing. This part is the meat of this conversation. It's not DeMarcus Lawrence's fault by himself. It's Micah Parsons' fault too. Because Micah Parsons has not done what Demarion Overshown has done. Follow me when I'm telling you. I'm not talking about sacks. I'm not talking about sacks. I'm not talking about the stuff that Micah Parsons is, he thinks, I guess, leadership is leaving the field early and ripping and ranting on the sideline. I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm talking about the stuff. And this is where, and I don't think you have to teach all the young people this. Some of these young men, they have had great leadership in their life, fathers and mothers. Fathers, mothers, and coaches who have told them what real leadership looks like. You don't take it, you earn it. And you earn it not only what you do on the field. I went to school with NFL level athletes who went to the NFL. And the thing you'll notice about some of these kids who really excel in high school sports and they go on to college and excel in college sports, you want to know what's strange about them? It's the stuff that they're doing when they're not talking is the stuff that make everybody gravitate toward them. It's the stuff they're doing when they're not talking. It's the stuff they're doing in the classroom. It's the stuff they're doing on the field. It's the stuff they're doing in practice. It's so many nuanced things that make leaders. Some people, even today, they call themselves leaders. No, you just got a big mouth. No, actually, you're not a leader. You just got a big mouth. Some people are leaders because they got a big mouth and the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and sometimes people just want a big mouth person to shut up. I don't subscribe to that. No, I subscribe to the other side. Shut up. Show me. I don't want to hear you talking. Show me. This is why Darren Woodson said something about Dak Prescott that I'll always respect. He said, you got to buy in. He said, I don't know about the rest of the team, but I can tell you who is bought in. Who is it, Darren Woodson? 4. After the season is over, 2 weeks after the season over, he's already out there on the field throwing the ball. And he's not throwing at the starters, but he's out there throwing the ball. 4 is putting in absolute work. Both of these dudes were the problem. Not one of them. See, we want to take sides. No, they both were the problem. DeMarcus Lawrence, you got to understand something, brother. Micah Parsons is unequivocally, absolutely more talented than you. No one talked about DeMarcus Lawrence coming out of college the way they talked about Micah Parsons. And I'll give it to D-Law. He worked hard to become better than what a lot of people thought he would be. But everyone knows that he was never a top-tier pass rusher. We all knew that. Micah Parsons comes in here, and he is a top-tier pass rusher. And I don't even think they got him to be a pass rusher or a defensive end. They just lined him up there and found out he could rush the doggone passer and left him there. Micah Parsons, I never heard none of this stuff about him at Penn State. Micah Parsons gets to the Dallas Cowboys, and I believe the star on his helmet transformed him into a social media he just got sucked into the attention that comes with being a Dallas Cowboy. I promise y'all, if Micah Parsons was on any other team doing a podcast, nobody would care. I don't care if he was getting 15, 25 sacks a game. 15, 25 sacks a season. No one would give a blip if he was doing a doggone podcast. It's the fact that he's a Cowboy. And the stuff he says indirectly about his own team sometimes. And the games he plays on social media. Let me tell you something. DeMarcus Lawrence, he's an older player. He's from a different era. He don't like these games that Micah Parsons play even on social media. That was one of the reasons why he said if you stayed off Twitter more, I would still be there. Let me tell y'all something. Two things can be true. Micah Parsons is absolutely a great player. Micah Parsons is not a leader. And let me put in parentheses, yet. He's not a leader. This is what's so wrong with so many people who talk football. They want it to be one way. No, we're going to start learning. Sometimes two things can be right. Is Micah Parsons a great player? Yes. Is Micah Parsons a leader? No. He just got a big mouth. He's not a leader. He's got a big mouth. He's always running his mouth, whether it be on social media or whether it be on his podcast or whenever somebody puts a microphone in front of him. Two things can be true. He can be a great player, but he's not a leader. And I'm telling y'all, unequivocally, listen to the way these players talked about one Demarion Overshown versus the way they talked about Micah Parsons. I've never heard none of these players talk about Micah Parsons the way they talked about Demarion Overshown. Demarion Overshown is a magnet. He's a magnet. He is. It's his whole aura. His whole aura is different. It's different. And people are jumping so quick. Yeah, I'm on Micah Parsons' side. I don't think you're listening to what Micah Irvin is saying. I don't think you're listening. I don't. He didn't say that DeMarcus Lawrence had a problem with Micah Parsons as much as he said guys on the defense. We only know the two people that spoke up. Let me tell you something. I talk about this in leadership. It's not the people that speak up. Those aren't the people that you should be trying to pay attention to. The scary part is the people that don't say a word. Just telling us. Michael is saying some things in here that are these little nuanced things that he's saying that are powerful. Let's listen to some more.
I thought that could have been, working together.
It's both of their fault.
Instead of in a locker room looking at each other and work.
Did you know that as we age, it is common?
I'm telling you, people are missing this part of the discussion. He's talking to both of them.
Working your side of the defense, his side of the defense. I don't know what guys think you're right, what guys think Michael Parsons right.
Now again, see, this is the nuanced stuff that people are missing. Remember what I just said? See, we pay attention to the people who are talking. The scary part is the people who don't talk. That's the scary stuff. Because you don't know how it's affecting them. You don't know how it's affecting them. And that's the nuanced stuff that he's talking about. And people, because they don't listen to conversations trying to get facts, they listen to conversations trying to prove their side of an argument. I'm not trying to prove either side of an argument. I want to know, okay, your side, but what are the facts? The facts are Michael Irvin is saying it's both of their fault.
I understand why niggas were running all over y'all now. Oh. Y'all, you can't tell me now that this was not going on. And even on the show, Joyce said, well, if two players are saying something, and that's why, I got so much to do.
Now, this is the part right here, Michael kind of lost me a little bit, because I want us to really absorb. How about we stop using the word, or you can use the word distraction, but let's add another nuanced word to it. Maybe it's not so much about a distraction, because I'm telling you something, for anyone who's ever been a manager, anyone who's ever been in human resources, anybody who's ever taken psychology classes, anybody who's ever done any of these high-level people management things. Let me tell you something that people discount. Chemistry. Chemistry. It can never be discounted. Chemistry. You can get the best athletes in the world, and you can put them all on the same team. And because they're the best athletes in the world, they're going to be able to beat the majority of the teams out there just based on sheer athleticism. And they'll be playing some hero ball here and there. And they may have absolutely no chemistry, but the talent level so high, they're still doing some things really good. Go and look at how many times teams who were not the best, didn't have all the best athletes, but had the best teams working in tandem together and have chemistry. You'll be shocked at how many times. Why do you think we call it upsets? Why do you think we call those upsets? That there's this great team and we're like, man, nobody can beat them, and then they get beaten. Everybody's like, what happened? They had the best players. They didn't have the best team. And things we have to understand. There are some players that can play through quote unquote distractions. But when your whole team has a culture problem and they're dealing with this type of nonsense, it is every man out there for himself. And this is one of the reasons why when every man is for himself, then you're not going to be able to stop anybody. And they couldn't stop anybody. And Michael Parsons, I don't care who disagrees or agrees. Michael Parsons is a distraction for some of these players. And we can call it the nature of the beast all we want to. We can call it the times that we're in. We can say all of that stuff that we want to, but it doesn't change the absolute fact. Everyone don't feel like that. Everyone don't feel like that. And when you're talking about a team, there are certain things you sacrifice for the team, and you start saying not what's best for me, but what's best for the team. No one was saying that this year. No one's been saying this for years, at least on the defense. I think our quarterback has been saying that. But when we have an opposing voice in the locker room, there are people, even in those instances, they take sides against the quarterback. I'm telling you, we do not understand how absolutely toxic this Dallas Cowboys team has been for the last 4 seasons. And a big part of that toxicity is the ongoing issue between DeMarcus Lawrence and some of these players and Michael Parsons. Y'all think that only people speak out against Michael Parsons? Could you only imagine what some of the players on the team feel? Just telling you.
You know, so if I was there, I would have stopped all this. She said, well, two players on defense, the two players are saying something. It must be a distraction. Distraction to who? I understand if it was a distraction, and a distraction that was killing Michael Parsons where he could not perform. But he's performing.
Now watch this. Watch this. You're watching Michael Irvin. And I'm gonna let you hear him say it himself. He's bought into the system that he feels like we're in. But I'm gonna show you after he says what he says of how it is a direct contradiction of reality. Listen to him.
He's playing well. He's still about to become the highest paid non-quarterback in the National Football League. So you can't say he ain't performing. So now when you were telling me, well, two players on defense say it's a distraction, it must be a distraction. What is it a distraction of? It is not a distraction from his play.
Now, I just want you to just listen to the pronoun he keeps using. Just keep listening.
Is it a distraction of their jealousy? Because they see, right now, we're doing it again now, everything he says, we're talking about it.
So hold on now. You can't have it both ways, Michael Irvin. Do you know how we know something is a distraction? See, some people don't get this part. Somebody got to help somebody, and I'm going to do it. How do we know something is a distraction? When it distracts us. Do we not understand the definition of distraction? When it distracts us. It's a distraction when it distracts us. Bottom line, it's a distraction when it distracts us. And then we'll be saying it's not a distraction while we're literally being distracted because we're talking about the thing that we're saying it's not a distraction. Duh, it's a distraction. Because we got to take time out to talk about it. It's a distraction. It is. It's a distraction. We don't even understand. We're explaining what it is, and then we're explaining that it's not. It is.
Because he has that influence, and no one is talking to them. Dude, come on, man. Come on. I don't give a damn, Michael. He can speak what he want to speak, talk how he want to talk. That's today's business. I had a TV show.
Hold on. Hold on. Now, did you catch what he said? That's today's business. Every man ain't built like that. Every man ain't built like that. Every woman ain't built like that. And watch what he's about to compare this to. And this is a bad comparison. Listen to this.
While I was playing, I had a TV show. But I'm going to bust my ass on the football field, and so is he.
Now watch this. I'm going to show you the contradiction and why I understand the contradiction of Michael Irvin. Now, anybody who lives up here in the DFW area and was born in the 80s and understand what the Cowboys were in the 90s. They had a house over here called the White House. And they partied hard. And I mean, when I say party, anything under the sun went. Women, drugs. We already know the problems Michael Irvin had. Drugs, drinking, you name it, they did it. But it was actually a different time. We didn't have social media. Let me tell you something about this man right here. I classify this man right here as one of the greatest leaders to ever play on the Dallas Cowboys, bar none. bar none, this man was one of the greatest players, one of the greatest wide receivers. People talk about the Randy Mosses, the Terrell Owens, the Jerry Rices, and all these guys, and they're all great. But I'm telling you, this guy right here, when you look at performance on the football field, the clutchness, the hands, I mean, everything you can name about a leader on a football field, Michael Irvin. But you know what I think would have been different? I don't think he survived this day and time. The White House wouldn't survive this day and time. The stuff that Michael Irvin was doing, the trouble that Michael Irvin was getting into, Michael Irvin wouldn't survive in this time simply based on the court of public opinion alone when you talk about social media. They'd have destroyed that whole Dallas Cowboy football team. Some reporter or somebody would have came into one of those, it came into that White House. See, back in the day, the young folks don't understand. See, y'all got camcorders. We got camcorders on the phone now. See, we got cameras on the phone now. See, you can record people and they don't even know it. You could be, somebody think you on your phone doing something, you actually filming. You can go live on your phone right now. Anywhere you are, you can go live and expose any and everything. We see people do it all the time. But see, when Michael Irvin was doing the stuff that he was doing, Deion Sanders and all of them, and man, they even said Jerry Jones was in on this stuff. Somebody brought a camcorder out. Well, that thing was so big, you tell them put that camcorder up. People didn't record on their phone. People didn't go live. You can say somebody is doing something, but if you don't have a picture and you don't have a video, it's your word against theirs. Man, it's a whole different time. Michael Irvin, I get it, but you're talking about an entire different mentality. I'm sorry, Michael Parsons. I'm sorry, Michael Irvin. Michael Parsons' mentality is not the same as yours. DeMarcus Lawrence's mentality is not the same as yours. There is not a player on this team, and the only one that I could even deem close to the mentality of the 90s Cowboys would be Dak Prescott. But I don't even think Dak Prescott is there. When you talk about the mentality of the 90s Cowboys, party hard, play harder. Play hard, win big, win it all, party some more. They had a different mentality. I'm from way from in those eras. Man, these young folks don't understand. They'll call in for a cold. A cold? I used to stay out all night. I'm talking to 6 a.m. in the morning and go to work at 6:30 like it was nothing. Different mentalities. Different mentalities. And do y'all notice what Michael Irvin keeps saying? He said it didn't stop Michael Parsons from distraction. Well, sometimes the person that's raising the most hell is the person that's the least distracted. They're the least distracted because they're the distraction. We don't understand this. We don't understand this. Micah Parsons, he's a part of the problem too. DeMarcus Lawrence is a part of the problem. He should have stepped to this man. And I don't care if he liked him or not. Step to this man. Just like Malik Hooker should have stepped to him. And I'm telling you, when you get a player like Michael Parsons, and especially when he becomes the owner's pet, running around here calling the owner his uncle, defending the owner for stupid stuff that he's done in the past. When you get a player like this, people get afraid to even try to go up against him. They don't want to oppose him. Michael Irvin just mentioned it, his influence. How does he have influence? He took it. He's the loudest person on the team. Two things can be true. Is he great? Yes. Is he a loudmouth? Yes. We have people in this fan base. They excuse everything Michael Parsons does. Everything. And I'm going to tell you about what I've learned about people. There is a tolerance level for talent. When you're talented, boy, the tolerance level is extremely high. When you trash, the tolerance level is extremely low. Jimmy Johnson would cut a third stringer in a minute. He wasn't cutting Troy Aikman. He wasn't cutting Emmitt Smith. He wasn't cutting Michael Irvin. But he kept a couple of players. He kept a couple of people on speed dial. I can cut them. I'll make them out of an example. I'll cut them and put some fear in the folk. But at the end of the day, a lot of times our tolerance level goes with people's talent level. And I'm telling you, Michael Irvin is saying things, and I don't even think he's realizing he's contradicting himself in some respects, because notice what he kept saying. Micah Parsons is not distracted. Michael Irvin, what about the other players being distracted? So is it about Micah Parsons or the team? Is it about Micah Parsons or the other players? Is it about Micah Parsons or the defense? Who is it about? Okay, Micah Parsons is not distracted. Well, he's being the distraction. That's why. You ever notice that people who cause distractions are always going, I don't understand why that's bothering you. You ever get somebody smacking on food and everybody's looking at them like, what you looking at me for? Because you're smacking. What's wrong with smacking? I'm just telling you what people do when they are annoying, and they're not being annoyed by themselves, but they're the annoyance. But Michael Irvin, what he's explaining is chemistry. The 90s Cowboys had chemistry. This team has not had chemistry.
So you guys stop that mess, man. Everybody doing it. And all of a sudden, it's a problem that he's doing it. This is why they've been running that football all up and down on y'all asses. Any kind of way. Y'all out here fighting apart with one another in the biggest fight, fighting the boys in the NFL. Come on, dude. You ain't going to win that way. And now you know.
Now, anybody's been listening to me. What have I said about the Dallas Cowboys? This is what you have to put up with if you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. You're fighting your owner. You're fighting your coach. You're fighting your team. You're fighting the media. You haven't even got to the team that you're playing against. This is the battle of being the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. This is the battle for players on this team. Michael Irvin is sitting here saying, put up with Micah Parsons' stuff because he's so talented. Let him do what he wants to do. Don't worry about it and just play together and everybody do this and blah, blah, blah and kumbaya. It don't work like that, Mike. This isn't the 90s. I'm sorry, y'all. It doesn't work like this. This isn't the 90s. And what Michael Irvin is explaining actually doesn't work anywhere in the grand scheme of things. When you get a whole bunch of people doing their own thing, you don't have a team. You don't have a team. You just got a lot of talented people, but you don't have a team. This is the stuff that Mike Schottenheimer. Again, y'all heard me say it before. Whenever guys like Michael Irvin speak, I'm listening. Put some respect on this man's name. It don't mean you have to do everything he's saying. And on this thing right here, what he's saying with Micah Parsons, he's contradicting himself. You can't say he's not a distraction when you're explaining he's been a distraction. You just said there's a reason why the teams have been running all over y'all butt. So you think it's only because that they're being wrong in not liking what Michael Parsons is doing? Love it, like it, or hate it, it's a distraction. Period. It's a distraction. And when you're talking about a team, man, you got to do, sometimes you just got to do things and say, I'm doing this for the team. Michael Irvin, y'all know what the comedy is? And it just lets you know that Michael Irvin, while he has very good intentions, I'm never going to say anything bad about my man, the playmaker, because I know where he's coming from. Man, nobody cared about Michael Irvin having a TV show back then. Man, you can't compare apples to a walnut. Do we not understand right now? What I'm doing right now reaches all over the United States. When I look at the analytics, you can see people not only from the United States, you can see people from different places in the world from time to time. I got news for us. Michael Irvin's TV show was only a local thing. No one cared outside of the DFW area. Y'all do know that Mike McCarthy had a weekly television show with the Dallas Cowboys. Jason Garrett, weekly television show with the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer is going to have a weekly show with the Dallas Cowboys. There will be no one outside of the DFW area barely watching that stuff. News didn't travel then like it travels now. No one cared about Michael Irvin with a TV show, I promise you. None of us cared about it. We're in a different time now. We're in a different time now. We're in a time now, any little thing you say, boom, viral. Viral. Even stuff that Michael Irvin says, viral. Different time, Mike. Different time. And you're trying to compare a team today to a different type of mentality on a team that you played on in the 90s. Them boys were different. They were built different. You cannot compare this team you cannot compare this team, Michael Irvin, to anything you've been a part of, bro. The 90s Cowboys were different. And I'm talking from the top down. Jerry Jones's mentality was different then. Jerry wanted to win so bad back then it was killing him. He went out and got Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson created a culture that was insane. And it was all about what was done on the field. Y'all think about this. You could do things back then where Michael Irvin is talking about. You could do things back then that your coach might not even never know about. You never know what you're doing. He would never know he's in the bed. It's not on the news. He might read a story every now and then about you and go, oh, surely this isn't true. Call you in and ask you if it's true. You tell him it's not true. What else can he say? Okay, I don't know. Social media different. You're a coach today and you wake up and you see this stuff. You're a coach today and you wake up, your player said this and your player said that. Everything's different. Your player's done this. Your player's done that. Stuff that would have never traveled. I'm telling you, Michael Irvin. I'm not going to bring up stuff about Michael Irvin. You can do your own research on Michael Irvin. And I'm telling you, this man has a history of things that today, Mike couldn't have got away with this stuff. This social media age today is too much. Man, we even got YouTube content creators. No, Michael Irvin wouldn't have made it. I don't think he would have made it. I don't. And so when we're talking about what he's talking about, what he did in his day versus what's happening today, it's different mentalities. And I'm going to tell y'all something about the effect of social media. It is playing even harder on the mentality of our young folk. It plays harder on the mentality of people today. I see people, even in this field, everything with them is about people's approval. Everything with them is about people agreeing with them. Everything with them is about a competition. Everything with them is about people saying that they're the experts in this and they're the experts in that. And it's all about those things. And you think about what all of those things point toward. Me. Me, and more me. I'm telling us we're dealing with a different mentality. And Michael Irvin is talking about two different eras, and he doesn't even realize it. Again, I like you, Michael Irvin, but you're not comparing apples to oranges. You've bought into the time that we're in. But even some of the people who are in the time that we're in, people like DeMarcus Lawrence and some of these other players, heck, Malik Hooker, he's not that old. He don't like it. There's other players that don't like it either. And you can't say it's a distraction because Micah Parsons is performing, but you just explained, but you see why the defense wasn't performing. I'm just telling us, it's Michael Irvin, love you, but I don't agree with you totally. I agree with some of what you're saying, but then you're contradicting what you're saying too. Now, let me let you hear Drew Pearson. Now, Drew Pearson is someone from an even older era than Michael Irvin. And Drew Pearson is going to say some things similar to what Michael Irvin said. But I also think he gives us a different type of take. All right, let's let these commercials play through here. And then we're going to listen to Michael Irvin. Then I'm going to go to your comments. I'm going to read. I'm pretty sure some of y'all are destroying me down in the comments, but it's all good. All right. Let's check out Drew Pearson.
Too much social media. This would drive.
You see what he said right off the rip? Right off the rip. Right off the rip. Let me let you hear Drew Pearson again. Right off the rip. Listen to what he says.
Too much social media. This would drive Coach Landry crazy. There's no question about that. But we had issues like this, okay? There's times I talk noise in that locker room, holding out for money and that stuff like that. But we kept it in the locker room.
You see the difference? You see the difference? This happened with Michael Irvin. He's not explaining this part. They kept a lot of issues in the locker room. Mike said that these guys ought to be able to get along because we were always able to get along. We had crazy people on the team like Charles Haley and James Washington. We're in a different era. And a lot of the stuff that Micah Parsons is doing, people do not understand the concept of. He's doing it outside of the locker room, and it bothers people. And he won't listen, and it's obvious he won't listen to people who keep saying you're disrupting the locker room, and even people in the media are distracted by this, and their people keep taking sides. You want to know what a distraction looks like? We are trying to explain away what a distraction actually is. This is why people are talking about it. It's a distraction.
And the reason we kept it is because it was a locker room issue, all right? But it was easy to keep it in the locker room because you had reporters around. All you had to do is not talk to them.
Now, you see the difference in somebody who's older and who's been around some decades? I'm explaining the same thing that Drew Pearson is explaining, and I didn't even listen to this part of the interview. It was easier, Michael Irvin. It was easier to do some of the things you're explaining back then. You're talking about now, social media. Social media is one of the most addictive and dangerous drugs we have right now. And I'm telling you, Michael Parsons, I absolutely love this player. But he's become addicted to social media. He has. And he uses social media. Rather than doing some of this stuff in the locker room, rather than talking to DeMarcus Lawrence, rather than him and DeMarcus Lawrence coming to some kind of understanding and working together, what does Micah Parsons do? We've watched him do it week after week after week. He goes out into the court of public opinion on his podcast, and he'll be taking shots at his own team, his own coach, and all kinds of things. And I'm laughing that we got so many people be talking about, I'm on Micah Parsons. This is not about being on Micah Parsons' side. It's about understanding mentality. It's about understanding mental. It's about understanding that you have an effect on people when you're doing some of the things that he's doing. We're lying to ourselves if we're saying that Michael Parsons doesn't take a lot of these things that should stay in the locker room. He's out here in the court of public opinion, and he's making, he's just taking so many shots at his players. I've done video after video after video on this stuff. And then if you point it out, people, oh, you hating on Michael Parsons. No, we're telling the truth. Two things can be true. Michael Parsons is a great player. Michael Parsons is not a leader. Your performance is not the only thing that dictates that you're a leader. I hear Michael Parsons cheerlead. I don't hear him lead. I don't hear him lead, and I don't see him lead. I hear him cheerlead. You got a team with Cooper Rush talking about we're about to make a playoff run. Stop it. Stop it. You don't have to tell the team we're trash and we're losing. Hey, guys, one game at a time. We'll see where we're going to be at the end. But I can tell you what we are going to do. But we're going to play hard today. And we're playing to win. Then when you get a mistake in the Cincinnati game, and then you walk off the field before the game is over. And everybody's talking about, I want to see that type of passion. Let me tell you something. If I'm a teammate, I'm looking at that type of stuff and I'm going, this is stupid. Some of y'all are different than I am. I'm not going to criticize how you would feel. But if I see a player acting like that, oh, man, come on, and just losing his mind. Look at that player like, this is stupid. I'm not following him. Are we all supposed to act like that when we lose? What if the whole defense did it? What if the whole defense just walked off? Aren't we supposed to follow the leader? Aren't leaders supposed to be examples? So if he's the leader, then maybe we should all get a podcast. Maybe we should all do. I'm telling us we do not understand the difference between a player who can play extremely well or a player that can be great, and the difference between a player who can play great and a leader. Those two things don't have to be the same. They absolutely don't have to be the same, y'all. We don't get this. And Drew Pearson is someone who's speaking with a lot more knowledge than one Michael Irvin. And this is why it sounds different.
So they had no opinions on what you felt. So anyway, now with the social media, you have opportunities to say something out there. And what you say as a Dallas Cowboy is going to go viral, especially if it's in a negative light.
Do you hear Drew Pearson? It's strange how he sounds different than Michael Irvin, right? He's saying that this is the time that we're in, but he's also giving more of a better explanation of why it's a distraction. No, he's telling us there's a problem here. We got a player that's addicted to social media. We do. And we're saying it's okay. And some of us are saying it's okay, I guess, because we're addicted to social media too. But it's not okay. You can always tell a person what you meant. But you can't tell a person how to receive it. You can't. And this is the problem with a lot of this stuff that people do, selfishly talking about it shouldn't be a problem. Well, if I'm telling you it's a problem, it's a problem.
And, everybody wants to pile on the Dallas Cowboys right now. There's no question. We're easy target, okay? So, we got to be careful what we said. But the things we said, if we had issues with Coach Landry or the organization about a game or our role within the team, we kept that in the locker room. We discussed that in the locker room. I went to Harvey Martin and complained to him about my role. He came to me and complained to me, and stuff like that. But these guys, they'll complain maybe within the locker room, but eventually it'll seep out of the locker room.
Let this sink in, what he's telling you. Did I not tell you? The issue between DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons was in the locker room, it got taken out of the locker room. And the way it got took out of the locker room, one of the first indicators was when someone filmed DeMarcus Lawrence telling one Michael Parsons to shut the F up because of the way he's carrying on the sideline. But then the other way we started hearing things, we heard Malik Hooker. The other way we started hearing things, and the way we really started hearing things the most, is little things that Michael Parsons would say in and on his podcast. This isn't a DeMarcus Lawrence thing. This is a Michael Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence thing. This is a Cowboys locker room thing. This is a coach today can't notice what he said. Tom Landry would have lost his mind. Mike McCarthy didn't lose his mind. Mike McCarthy didn't lose his mind. You remember when Antonio Brown was filming in the locker room after that game? And some things got said by the coach that he didn't want out there? What did he do? Don't do that again. Don't do that again. No, he didn't like it. He said something about it. But we got an owner who says it's the Dallas Cowboys and there is no such thing as bad publicity. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. And I'm telling you, if you think that you can play through toxicity, then you're the one that's toxic. Because a lot of people can't play through toxicity. When I go into a game, I'm good. But I also want to feel good. I don't want to be having to compartmentalize and suppress certain things and push certain things out of my mind. No, I want to know one thing. When I walk into this locker room, we're all on the same page. We all believe in the same thing. We all have the same goal. We all have each other's back. We all have each other's feelings into consideration. And we're going to do everything we can do to win this game together to get today as a team. That is not how the Cowboys have been playing for the last 3 years and last 4 years. And it is absolutely amazing to me. And people need to understand something. Dak Prescott deserves even more credit than what he gets. And I'm telling you, Dak Prescott started revealing a lot of things this season. He was talking about the mental state of this team. Y'all guys, please be nice to him in the press. They read these. What are you talking about? They read social media and blah, blah, blah. Drew Pearson is talking different. He understands this is a distraction, and the things that they are doing is disrupting what they're doing on the field too. Even Michael Irvin said it, but then he's talking against it.
Into social media, and now you got all these talk shows, all these professionals, talking about it, and they got all these opinions about it, and that's what you don't want, because those opinions sometimes aren't the gospel. Let me put it like that. Everybody's got to be on the same page. If you got half the locker room thinking we can win a Super Bowl and the other half of the locker room thinking, well, we don't have what it takes to win it, then no, you're not going to win it. And I know what it takes. With Coach Landry, we didn't have these kind of issues. We feared him enough that we wanted to perform out there on the field and do what we had to do, take care of our business, knowing that the guy next to you and the rest of the guys in that locker room are all on the same page.
That's what I just said. Anybody who knows anything about managing people, they understand that this situation is a huge part of why this team has not been able to. You want to know why they fall apart in the playoffs? It's not just bad play. It's bad mentality.
And that's why in 11 years, the same amount of time as D-Law played, I played in 10 playoff appearances. Never had a losing season. The year we didn't make the playoffs, we finished 8-6. Of those 10 playoff appearances, I played in 7 NFC championship games. And it's because we had the same players, the same system, the same continuity, And what that was all about was winning. So we were all on the same page. Again, the concern I have, if this is being said on the way out, what's left there? What are the guys there that are left say about this situation with the Cowboys right now?
Well, one of the guys that's still there is
right there. Right there.
Yeah, I like him.
Right there. This is the part right there. See, we think it's only D-Law and we're saying good riddance. No, D-Law is just the one who was willing to speak up. You actually think D-Law is by himself and thinking the way he thinks about Micah Parsons? Man, if anybody thinks that, you're naive. I've been saying this and I've been alluding to it. I would be absolutely afraid of Micah Parsons if I was a teammate. When I got a player calling the owner his uncle, calling the owner his guy, when a player is talking like that, it's the same way at a job when you got somebody talking about, oh, yeah, you know, the boss. Oh, that's my man right there. We hung out last night. You know, we went out to eat. Me and his family hang out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my man. You know what I'm saying? We go way back 20 years. So are you more prone to say something about the manager, the owner of the business? If that person is around, you're not. Are you going to express your feelings about the company with that guy around or that lady around? Oh, you're not. No, because you don't feel like they're a part of the workforce. You feel like they're a plant for him. I'm just telling us, Drew Pearson just hit it on the head. If you think that DeMarcus Lawrence is the only one that feels like that, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't. Two things can be true. Micah Parsons is a great player. Micah Parsons is not a leader. Micah Parsons does his own thing. Freddie says he does what he wants. I'm very interested to see. Will we finally see him work inside of a system? Dan Quinn created a system to where Micah Parsons could do whatever he wanted to do. Mike Zimmer, he finally relented. He told Micah Parsons towards the end, line up where you want to. What? Yeah, line up where you want to. I'm going to let you decide. How was that working inside of the system? So, wait a minute. So, hold on a second, Coach. Mike, help me out. So, we all got to go along with the play that you call, right? Because there is a defensive play being called, right? Because if everyone can do what they want to do we really need a defensive play? Other than somebody saying, hey, guys, it's a run play. Hey, guys, it's a pass play. Hold on a second. So, the other 10, we got to play the play. We got to execute the play. But Micah Parsons, he gets to move wherever he wants to. Okay, I got you. I'm just telling you. Just telling you. Angie, I'm saying the same thing. Should have went to each other's men. But sometimes you don't do this stuff, especially when the atmosphere is just not right. I'm just telling us. These guys saw this a different way. Michael does his own thing. It's a fact, Angie. He does. Again, Rashad, this dude does his own thing. And people have to be honest. He does. He does his own thing. Nisi, he does his own thing because he's at DN. He does his own thing. End of story. I don't think he'll allow them to put him in a system. He won't allow them to do it. And that's why I'm very interested to see what does he do here. KC, he does his own thing, which is why they didn't jail. They didn't. And Michael Irvin is actually spelling out something. Yes, Micah Parsons, way more talented than DeMarcus Lawrence. There is no doubt about it. But they both did something well. DeMarcus Lawrence was great on the run for this team. He was. They should have been working more together. They should have. Sean M., he doesn't want the responsibility of being a linebacker. It's all about see ball, get ball. Exactly. They dumbed the game down, and Michael Parsons is not dumb. But they basically just tell Michael Parsons, go get the quarterback. Nothing else to his game. Go get the quarterback. It's crazy. The dude, I said the same thing. I said it all season. Mike McCarthy's not a leader of men. Never has been. Never has been. I'm just telling us. KC, he says you're 100% right. I'm just telling us, Michael Parsons, two things can be right. See, sometimes when you're telling the truth, people say, oh, you hate on the player. No, this dude is absolutely great. But the thing that I'm telling people that people don't want to hear, Michael Parsons could be elite. Michael Parsons has a skill set that if you really let someone get a hold of him, that could put him in the position to succeed on every single play. Man, we just don't understand how dangerous this dude Michael Parsons could be. A lot of stuff happens to Michael Parsons because he will not work within a system and people will not use him in versatile ways. Michael Parsons, man, should be all over the place. All over the place. He's that doggone good. But the problem is we've told him he's that good. We keep making these dumb comparisons to Reggie White, stupid. Oh, Lawrence Taylor, stupid. Don't you dare compare this man to Lawrence Taylor yet. Man, you got to get more skins on the wall before you get compared to players like that. And folks will do that very stuff. The dude said I was just going to say Overshown was in and Parsons was out. Man, when Overshown was here, just listen to the way people talked about Overshown. I've never heard nobody talk about Parsons the way they talked about Overshown. Even Parsons talked about Overshown. He's everything you want in a leader. He's everything you want in a leader. Lexington, they wanted sacks before stopping the run. Freddie said, well, then, it was Tank's responsibility as a team captain to get with the other team captain and together and put a stop to it and fix things. Freddie, let me tell you something. When you have a team the way the Cowboys have this team set up, I watched Dak Prescott and Zach Martin in 2024 go up to CeeDee Lamb on the sideline when he was acting a doggone fool. And he still continued to act a fool. We are in a generation that an older person can say something to a younger person and they're ready to fight. And one thing we know about Michael Parsons, Freddie Morales, he don't want to be told nothing because every time somebody tells him something, he's got an excuse for why they shouldn't be telling him something. I'm just saying. Sometimes we thinking people aren't doing things and they are doing things. The issue is we don't understand the person isn't receptive. Damon said, think about it. DQ defenses in Seattle was get after the quarterback period. Exactly. Bama boy, I was calling it early in the season. I called it a mercenary defense or a renegade defense. It was basically get to the ball. Get to the ball, cause a turnover. That was Dan Quinn. Those defenses are awesome when you got leads. Those defenses are awesome when you got the Legion of Boom, where you got athletes at every position. Those things don't work when you don't have athletes at every and you got athletes, but I'm saying when you don't have elite to good to great play all the way around. Robert M says Michael wants the glory that comes from getting sacks. He doesn't want the responsibility of being a responsible linebacker. And I think that's one of the reasons why he doesn't want to play it. Hey, Big Cloud, maybe Dallas hasn't done his contract yet because they have a plan we don't know about. Hey, Big Cloud, it's crazy to me they haven't done the contract. I don't want to jump to conclusions. There has been some talk that the Cowboys are still trying to shop Michael Parsons. And there have actually been people who have been writing saying the Cowboys, maybe they shouldn't try to seek to trade him, but maybe they should open the phones up to see if there's a dumb person. If there's a crazy team that'll give you 3 first. I'm telling you. The reason why I find it hard to believe that the Cowboys would even move off Michael Parsons, it would be one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life for a player to do the stuff that Michael Parsons has been doing. I'll take the lowest pay, calling him his uncle, calling him his guy. We've been having talks and everything is great. And then for Jerry to trade him, man, I'd be shocked. The dude, D-Law's going to end up getting hurt again. I don't understand it either. And again, the dude, two things can be true. As I said before, man, Micah Parsons is way more talented than D-Law. There's no doubt about that. I've already said it before. I wouldn't have gave D-Law the last contract. I was mad when they gave him the last contract. I thought the Cowboys could have replaced him. I was fuming when they gave that joker the last contract. I was. Micah sensed the team was gravitating towards Overshown. Notice when Micah came back, he started to play within the defense and tried to really lead. Man, I'm telling you, KC, I've never heard none of those Cowboy players talk about Micah Parsons the way they talked about Overshown. They, glowingly talked about Overshown. If Hawks was serious, they would get Bosa, but D-Law is cheap. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Yeah. I 100% agree with you on that. Ray Royce, we were defense divided, 100%. Overshown had Micah out there playing better too. 100%, Angie. 100%. That's the kind of player that Micah, that Overshown was. He was the type of player, by the way he played, he makes other people want to play around him better. Just straight up facts. The dude said, I went down in RGY. He said, we got pummeled when we came across San Antonio wall. And you said facts. I'm just telling us, man, they have got to snuff this out. And I really do think, man, they really need to sit down and talk to Micah Parsons. We got to stop pretending. Some people in the fan base try to pretend that Micah Parsons isn't a distraction. We got to understand two things can be true. Micah Parsons is a great player. We actually don't have to talk about trading him and getting rid of him because we're saying, but you're a distraction, bro. You're a distraction. You want to be social media famous. Drew Pearson said it. I believe Micah Parsons got on this team and the fame of the star got to him. The fame of the star on his helmet got to him. Man, you got to understand something, man. If you come on the Cowboys, this thing is like a drug. If you're good, man, the Cowboys are like a drug. Being on the Cowboys, if you're successful, it'll bring so many things to you. And during and after football. I'm just telling us. Angie, I'm going to have to get me, like you and Nisi said, I'm going to have to get me some church sound effects here in the near future. I'm telling us. Oh, you're talking about the thing that happened at the Marriott. Oh, I wasn't even talking about none of that stuff. No, I'm just talking about anybody who knows Michael Irvin from back in the 90s. Man, Michael Irvin has had a very turbulent career that would have been, as far as off the field, man, if we'd have been into social media time, boy, I don't know if he makes it. Bama boy, it's a media circus. It is. And I'm telling us, I don't think this stuff sets right with players. I don't. It don't set right with the players. Yeah. Angie, I don't know. I don't remember saying too much about Micah Parsons. I thought he said Osa too. People don't look at Micah Parsons the way he wants himself to be looked at. They don't. All right, guys, look like we got through all of our topics today. Miss Matrix, we got through all of them. I don't know if you're still with me, but we got through all of them today, including the video. Ray Royce, he said the front office has a problem with Micah as well. You could be on to something there. Yeah, Bama boy, more money, more problems. Ian Smith, he said, great insight, G. Overshown is a phenomenon. And the way that he plays, the absolute glee. Yet intensity is a wonderful to watch. Keep up your great work. Ian Smith. Can't wait for him to get back. And I'm going to pray that this man stays healthy. We need him to stabilize the team. Omarion, Demarion Overshown is so about his business that a player like Micah Parsons becomes less of a distraction, because now we got a real leader to look toward. And we can ignore Micah Parsons because now we got somebody that we're listening to, somebody that we're using as an example. You got to have an Overshown, because that's the only way you can stand being sometimes on a team with a player that's either a loudmouth or whatever the case may be. You got to have these players. They stabilize teams. They stabilize teams. They do. Overshown's a stabilizer. Can't wait till he gets back. I really can't. Can't wait till he gets back. He's gonna be great for us when he gets back. He is. Bama Boy said he needs to polish this defense. He's a subject to an injury if it's all about the quarterback. Just saying. Yeah. A lot of times he gets caught up in some of those scrums. Quasi, appreciate you. He said, great show. Fowler definitely said Mike. Okay. Okay, he said Michael's his favorite player. Got you. I can tell you this. I'm not sure if Fowler got the opportunity to necessarily play with Overshown, because Overshown was injured his first season, correct? Injured his first season in 2023. The Green Bay game is different if Overshown is there. 2024, Dante Fowler isn't here. Overshown goes out injured again. So Dante Fowler did not get to experience Demarion Overshown. He didn't get to experience it. Because I promise you, once he experiences Demarion Overshown and his team, it's going to be different. It is. I'm telling you. If there's a player that I would call the leader on this defense, it's Demarion Overshown, and the Cowboys need him. And unfortunately, he's not going to be here for the beginning of the season. He probably won't be here till the end. It doesn't mean that Micah Parsons is not going to play great for us. Micah Parsons is absolutely going to play great for us. I think Matt Eberflus is going to put him in a situation to absolutely succeed. And maybe, just maybe now that DeMarcus Lawrence is gone, maybe Michael will settle down a little bit. Maybe he'll settle down a little bit and understand a little bit more what a leader looks like. We're going to see. One thing we want to do, we want to give him a chance to mature. Want to give him a chance. Maybe he'll be better. King says, King by Blood said they tried to undermine my guy Overshown. Oh, King by Blood, I did a video on it. King by Blood, go check my channel, did a video on it. They did Overshown dirty. They did Overshown dirty on Thanksgiving. Overshown was unequivocally the best player on the field. They did that dude dirty. Straight up dirty, man. No excuse. No excuse. Anybody who says anything different, I don't know what to say about you. Because I'm telling you, they did Overshown dirty on Thanksgiving. He said, get that organ. Yeah, I think I'm about to get me that organ. For sure. But again, y'all, I'm telling you, Fowler, he did not get a chance to experience this man, Overshown. You wait until Overshown come back. You wait until Overshown come back. It's going to be a different story. I'm telling you. Jigga Man, he said, I cooked the meal once again. Yes, sir. Trying to get them facts. Bama Boy, appreciate that super chat. He said, I got 5 on it. Yes, sir. I remember that. 5 on it. Eggs are high. I have grandkids. Keep up the good narrative. Yes, sir. I'm about to get out of here. Man, I appreciate all of y'all. Hey, Quasi, let me tell you. Boy, when Nealon get back and this man, Sam Williams. I'm excited for this defense, including Micah Parsons. He just needs to mature. Kitty Boy, I love what you said. He's immature. He likes attention. Overshown is more mature, yes. And he's not seeking attention. Just wants to win. I love it. And that's what you want in a leader. Again, I appreciate you. Top Gunner, he said class was in session tonight. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.